Labas Litas, good morning and welcome to everyone watching on the Rotax Max Lithuania channel here on YouTube for live coverage of round 2 of the Rotax Max Challenge Lithuania season as we continue onwards to the path to Portimao, the venue of the 2026 Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals taking place in Portimao in the Algarve location of Portugal between the 7th to the 14th of November 2026. Hello everybody, Alex Goldschmidt back with you once again for what is the second of 5 rounds this year. And as you can see, well, if anyone might remember when we were at Augstadvares back on the latter part of April, well, we had 4 seasons in one day. And as you can see, courtesy of our streaming partners, once again, glad to have the team from No Limits back with us, who will be giving you live sound and vision on every single race that we have over the course of today. More to the point, what classes are taking part here at this particular circuit? Anykščiai will have micro and micro under 9s, Junior and Junior Club, Minis, Senior Club, DD2, DD2 Masters, DD2 Club, and we'll also have the Nanos and Babies out there as well. But I think it's about time we give you the lowdown on the circuit here for round number 2. But firstly, there is the 10-hour forecast. Looks like the weather is going to be around for pretty much the day. A lot of significant cloud cover around the local area. So it is going to be another tricky race weekend for our drivers. We are looking at highs of around 15 to 16 degrees centigrade, but still in the Baltic region of the world. It doesn't matter, come rain or shine, there are still people that put their sunglasses on. So, let's take you through the statistics and the location here at the Anykščiai Kart 970 metres, elevation of 3.72 metres, and we'll see top speeds north of 130 kilometres an hour. 14 turns anti-clockwise, 5 sectors in total, and more to the point, you can see how quick these corners will be. The slowest corner will be the 90 left at turn 1. 5 overtaking zones for our drivers to take the opportunity of getting past each other. And there you can see our weather forecast for the remainder of the day. But what a track we have for our drivers at this particular point. It is going to be a tricky one, like I said earlier on, but don't let that fool you in any way, shape or form. So the pre-grid for this particular, well, oh, right, there we see the good old Mitijet cars, which a certain Martina Stankiewicz took to the wheel of, and on debut, managed to get a little bit of a tang from behind, and then ended up doing a 360 spin. I remember because the footage ended up on Instagram. But a big thank you to cartapart.com for their support of Rotax Max Challenge Lithuania. We are T-minus 2 minutes and counting until we get ready to go for our first race of the day. Now, the format for today will be, we'll have micro and micro under 9s up first. That'll be 7 minutes plus an additional lap. Junior and Junior Club will be up after that, 9 minutes plus an additional lap. Minis will be 7 minutes plus an additional lap, followed by Senior and Senior Club. Their first heat will be 9 minutes plus an additional lap. DD2 and DD2 Masters and DD2 Club, that'll be the longest of the heats so far, at 11 minutes plus an additional lap. At 11:27 local time, the pre-grid will close 3 minutes beforehand. Then we'll have Nano and Baby, and then we will head to the official lunch break before we then get on with the second set of heats, and then the finals will kick start at around about 5 minutes past 3 local time here in Lithuania. So if you are in Central Europe, well, continental Europe, but here we go. Starting grid, it's going to be Jokubas Juozaitis and Timas Rimas on the front row for the opening heat. Gorodin Dulev and Aras Bagatrius will be on row 2. Jonas Juozaitis and Jonas Galzeris round out row number 3. Timas Transeca and Domas Norkus round out row number 4. With Benediktas Grasis and Vilius Bakutis rounding out the top 10. Azuolas Kasparavicius and Taras Leonivicius round out the 6th row of the grid, with Rodrigo Lapins, Vladislav Veliki, and then David Vladson rounding out your grid. So the drivers already out on the circuit ahead of their first real test under racing conditions here at the 970-metre circuit. It's Juozaitis and Rimas on the front row. We are into the tram lines for the first time for round 2, Rotax Max Challenge Lithuania 2026. And now with an even start on the front row, they start to build the revs on the Rotax Max Evo engines, and we go green for the first time today. Juozaitis leads the field, but look at the spray coming back up off the back axles of all of the karts as we head through into turn 2 for the first time. A couple of drivers getting a little bit sketchy whilst applying the power as we head into the very fearsome sweeping right. But at the minute, Juozaitis leading the way. Gorodin Dulev now up into P2 ahead of Timas Rimas, as they quickly are going to try and see what they can do here. Juozaitis actually was in second behind Gorodin Dulev. Dulev now down into second position as we quickly get up to a rapid pace of battling between drivers at the moment. Over the line to complete the opening lap is Jokubas Juozaitis ahead of Gorodin Dulev. And Timas Rimas P3, Bagatrius, Valtmasaitis, Gelzeris. They round out the top 6 at the moment, but no surprise, it is Jokubas Juozaitis that leads the way and also has the fastest lap of the race of 57.448. Lead gap by the number 16 over the number 42 of Dulev is around about 0.37 of a second. There we see the battle with Domas Norkus and Benediktas Grasis. This is the battle for P7. Both drivers have made up 1 place apiece so far in this race. And unfortunately, it doesn't look like the first heat of the day has gone well for Rodrigo Lapins in the number 6. And Benediktas Grasis in 8th position is the highest place of the under 9 Micromax drivers. Some drivers now starting to put in their personal bests. There's a bit of a side-by-side moment here. That is between Valtmasaitis and Domas Norkus. That is over P5. Norkus looking to try and get through on the parallel in front. But still, Jokubas Juozaitis is still leading the way. Meantime, Valtmasaitis still ahead of Norkus. They've got, I think, Benediktas Grasis right with them at the minute on the Formula K, and it's going to be nearly wheel to wheel between the 25 and the 67. Jokubas Juozaitis continues to lead the way. But Aras Bagatrius in P3 has just taken the fastest lap of the race on the number 7 Formula K chassis. And that was a 55.951. So good work by the number 7 to try and close the gap to the 2 in front. Oh, and Juozaitis going a little bit wide through the corner, smacks one of the standing water puddles, and it splashes the water straight into the driver's face and field of vision. But nevertheless, manages to gather it back up again. Of course, with these very different conditions to maybe what's happened, but Bagatrius to the inside of Dulev and takes second position away from the number 42. Bagatrius has really come into this battle. More to the point, with just under half the race to go. We've already had nearly 4 minutes of racing completed. And at this point, all a bit sideways there by Bagatrius. And Gordy Dulev trying to get the opportunity to go back up the inside. And unable to do so. But then you look at the run that Gordy Dulev has just got on Bagatrius. And this could... Oh, Bagatrius just hit the same standing water puddle that he was assisted on the previous tour. One of the beautiful things now is that look at the weather. A bit of sunshine starting to break through the cloud cover. Still the battle between Balatarasaitis and Noricus for P5 between the two parallel drivers, but there's going to be a change for the lead, and that is Bagatrius up the inside of Uazaitis for P1 with just under 2.5 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. And once again, the skill, the racecraft we see from the youngest drivers within the Rotax racing family is absolutely exemplary. But here goes Uazaitis to the inside, and he clatters to the left side of Bagatrius, who spun around and into the grass. Oh, that is a real shame for the number 7. And then straight away, that means that Uazaitis was passed by Gordy Dulev following the contact. It's a real unfortunate, it's really unfortunate to see that kind of thing happen, but that is part and parcel of racing. So that has effectively eliminated Bagatrius from what would have been not only the overall lead, but the micro under 9 lead, as Gordy Dulev and Jokubas Uazaitis wheel to wheel. Oh, and Gordy Dulev has to go and do a little bit of grass tracking. Coming out of the final chicane, but to the inside goes the number 42 on the number 18 in a bit of a possible shortcut there from the 42, and Uazaitis at the minute with 1.25 minutes still holding on. But Gordy Dulev is now starting to get those elbows out well and truly. And oh, Gordy Dulev had a big run of speed there and ends up having a couple of touches with the rear bumper, Jokubas Uazaitis. But nevertheless, Uazaitis holding on, but Gordy Dulev might get the run out of the corner. The next one up is a right-hander. But look at this switchback from Gordy Dulev to the inside. Goes the 42, and he gets the initial job done, but it opens up into a right-hander. And again, Gordy Dulev, he's got no other option. Because of the fact that Uazaitis was right up his inside, Gordy Dulev, I think, might be investigated for that. But that's down to race control. And Bagatrius, who is at the back end of the field, unfortunately, in 14th position off contact with Uazaitis. I can understand Uazaitis' frustration with Gordy Dulev having to shortcut that chicane, but there's being frustrated, but then there's getting on with the job at hand, which is to race, and that's what these drivers are here to do. Up the inside, through goes Uazaitis, Gordy Dulev fighting it. He's got no other option. He's forced wide, and Timas Rimas has come into this. So next time around, it's going to be one more lap to go, and Jokubas Uazaitis, the number 16, is going to lead us on to what is the final lap of the race. So, with 1 lap to go, 970 metres, it is Jokubas Uazaitis versus Gordy Dulev versus Timas Rimas. Thomas Noricus rounds out your top 4, and look at this. Rimas to the round to the outside, and look at the run. Look at the run the 55's got. Can he do something special here? Oh, Dulev to the outside of Jokubas Uazaitis, and here comes Timas Rimas. Rimas has been patient and waiting for something to happen. He's going to throw it to the outside. Gordy Dulev has nowhere to get past Jokubas Uazaitis, but again, Timas Rimas, who we've seen previously, can showcase that one driver can make a little bit of a difference. A little bit of a touch to the back bumper of Dulev allows Dulev to get through on Uazaitis, and it's the run to the line. It's going to be Gordy Dulev that is going to take the victory. second place goes to Timas Nimas. Jokubas Juozaitis rounds out the top 3. And then it's going to be Domas Norkus, Jonas Baltusaitis, and Benedictas Gracias takes the victory in micro under 9 in 6th position. And Jonas Galzenes, Vilis Bakutis, Rodrigo Lapins, as well as Kasparovicius. And then we have got Vladislav Veliki, Timas Transeka, Taros Leonovicius, and Aras Bagatrius, who was in contention for the race victory there, but unfortunately contact between the number 7 and the number 16 of Jokubas Juozaitis with a handful of laps to go meant that the former would end up spinning onto the grass. Well, a very, very spirited way to start off the morning here for round 2 of Rotax Max Challenge Lithuania. And a big, big thank you once again to kartapart.com, your place for karting parts and supplies, for their support of the championship here in 2026. So, coming up very soon, our next heat will be Junior and Junior Club. Oh, and some local farmyard, some local farm animals, mainly sheep there, grazing on the local meadow. Nice to see our cameramen are just are interested not just in karting. Anything that catches their eye, it's straight on the screen in front of yours truly. But the midway point of the championship season will see us head to Drift and Go in Shaolei, and that will be on, I think if I remember correctly, that is going to be the end of next month, so July the 25th, and we'll be joined by Rotax Max Challenge Latvia that weekend. But yeah, any race car catches the eyes of our young drivers who dream of, well, it's always one of the things that I like about karting, and it's especially when it comes to the younger drivers, is the fact that they are rivals on track. Off track, it's like a school playground. They're all suddenly friends again. But the moment that visor goes down, it's all for themselves. And there you can see the banners flapping in the breeze. It just goes to show how tough karting can be. Also a big thank you to the marshalling team. As always, the marshals do help us go racing every single weekend, no matter the discipline. And a big thank you to all the team that will be helping out at the location. But of course, we have, I think, about a minute to go until the dummy grid, well, the pre-grid will close. Now, also earlier on this week, there has been a lot of activity on the Rotax Racing Instagram channel, mainly for the reason of the chassis partners this week have been, well, some of them have been announced so far. And what I must say is that, as always, there is going to be, I think there's going to be the biggest contingent we have ever had in Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals history, and we've been edging towards 400 competitors for the last few years. Well, the big thing is, it is going to be an interesting one. And I'll go through the chassis partners that have been announced a little bit later on. But here is your grid for the next race. Majas Mazinas and Joris Stankiewicz will line up on the front row of the grid with Mazinas on pole for Junior and Junior Club. Well, it's going to be an all-junior race. Emilis Juozaitis and Patrikas Jokius will be on row 2. Ahead of Oskaras Pikovas and Markus Jauk rounding out row 3. Mikolas Hermantas and Jokubas Vaskelis will be on row 4. With Vainis Zalnarovicius and Oscar Navumchik rounding out the top 10. Valeria Duleva and Ivan Koptiev will round out the grid. Well, the chassis partners, if you have been living under a little bit of a rock for the last few days, Praga will be the official chassis partner for 125cc for Micromax and for E10 Mini, which joins as an official category from this year onwards. Charles Leclerc by Birol will be the Minimax chassis partner, Sodi Kart for Junior Max and Formula K for seniors. Still some more chassis partners to be divulged by Rotax in the coming days. But I'm sure that we'll find out if with regards to E20 Senior and Masters, and also DD2 and DD2 Masters. So the whistle blows at the end of the dummy grid and the green flag is shown. So our junior drivers head out onto the circuit and all engines on the Rotax powered classes are the 125cc Rotax Max Evo engine. Some will have the power valves, that's when you're talking mainly for DD2 and DD2 Masters a little bit later on. So, if Micro and Micro Under 9 was feisty, hold on to your hats because this one could be a little bit of a slobber knocker, a bit of a roller coaster, let's say. But Mazinas and Stankiewicz on the front row of the grid. They are now in the tram lines. So let's see. We've got to get up, the front row's got to line up alongside each other as we accelerate. Revs up, lights on. We are green and racing to the outside. Goes Majas Mazinas to cover off everyone else in front, and that does include, 3 wide into turn 2. That's a bit hairy, but they all managed to thread the eye of the needle and get through. So Emilis Juozaitis has gone up into second position ahead of Oskaras Pikovas. Stankiewicz has dropped to 4th. Jokius down to 5th, change for 3rd place. Once again, very spirited driving from our junior Rotax drivers. For the moment, Majas Mazinas, the son of Mikolas Mazinas, who we normally see. Oh, and a dive to the inside. That's a bit sketchy. Bit sketchy. Just goes to show that left-hand hairpin catching a couple of drivers out. As Markus Jauk now finds himself behind. Was behind, now past Emilis Juozaitis, who's now gone to the crisscross. And, well, that just goes to show Markus Jauk gets caught out a little bit. These slippery conditions not helping the drivers in terms of absolute optimum traction. But more to the case, you can see that sometimes, for instance, perfect example, Emilis Juozaitis turned the kart in to a left-hander and the left rear wheel went up in the air. It's all about rotation and carrying momentum through corners. And at the minute, Mayas Mazinas is running away with things at the moment, but Patrikas Jokius now up into P2, the 251. Let's close that gap down to just over a second. Change for fourth. Marcus Jouk past Oskaras Pikovas in the 204. And Pikovas trying to get through. A little bit of a run wide by Jouk. And Pikovas on the parallel, switches to the outside. Tries for the crisscross through the next left-hander. Unable to facilitate that. Nevertheless, these drivers are battling tooth and nail in adverse conditions. Significant standing water. Unfortunately, looks like Dimantas has dropped all the way down into 12th position. Meantime, Uazaitis trying to hold on ahead of Jouk. Pikovas is starting to catch them again. Jokovas Vaskelis now up into P6. Whereas Joris Gimantas Stankiewicz rounds out your top 7. Navunchik, Kovtiev and Zalmanovicius round out the top 10 as Marcus Jouk to the inside of Uazaitis gets through for P3. And Uazaitis to the inside on the next right-hander, dives through on the 288, and Jouk fires back with a dive bomb of his own, gets sideways through the corner. Pikovas is going to do the double on them if he can. Through into turn 1, Oskaras Pikovas take a bow. Brilliant manoeuvre there by the 204 to take third place. Marcus Jouk to the inside of Emilius Uazaitis. Uazaitis is still going to hang around the outside, a little clatter of sidewalls, but still manages to get the job done. But then Jouk straight back through. And it sounds like the rain is starting to come down again. So that's going to make things even more difficult. Oh, now who was that? That was Jokubas Vaskelis. And here comes Stankiewicz into the party. All it takes is 2 drivers to start battling tooth and nail, and then it reels in the people behind, and all of a sudden you've got a big old battle on your hands. There's Marcus Jouk to the inside at turn 1, bumps over the curbs. Big air from the back axle of the 288 who dives to the inside of turn 2. Can the move be completed by Marcus Jouk? Not quite. Well, with just over 4 minutes and 20 seconds to go, anything's possible as Jouk to the inside again. Uazaitis covers it off. Stankiewicz is waiting in the wings. Stankiewicz, who started on the outside of the front row, looking to claw things back. It's that cat and mouse game. It's like Tom and Jerry all over. Right, Marcus Jouk to the inside out of the final corner, gets through on Emilius Uazaitis, and here comes Joris Gimantas Stankiewicz trying to chase them down, but at the moment is unable to do so. What a race! What a blinder of a race we're having. But in the meantime, Mayas Mazinas has been closed in. It's been reeled in by Patrikas Jokius. And the gap now is 0.4 of a second. And Jokius now did the fastest lap of the race last time round after 6 laps. 49.163. And there we go. There's the 2 leaders. 296 versus 251. And Jokius to the inside at turn 2. Can't get the job done, unfortunately, but Mayas Mazinas' lead has been absolutely truncated over the last couple of laps. So, Patrikas Jokius looking for a way through on Mayas Mazinas. And at the minute, Mazinas is holding his nerve, holding his line. Jokius being a little bit more out of the box in terms of his way of thinking. That is the Paralin of Oskaras Bitkovas. Again, the battle for the race lead continues onward. Jokius in the wheel tracks of Mazinas through into turn 2. Stays in the wheel tracks. Getting a little ploy here by Patrikos Jokius. Just holding on and making sure if he can close a little bit of distance, that's going to help him all the while. Could this be the opportunity that Patrikos Jokius needs? He goes to the outside. Can he get the traction down earlier? Not quite. Mazinas has got the measure of the 251. You see here, watch the rocket ship start. Well, watch the rocket ship launch when he gets the opportunity. So just over a minute and a half to go, plus an additional lap. Both of them lapping pretty well, pretty consistent within each other's pace. Patrikos Jokius nearly ends up in the rear bumper of Mayas Mazinas going through into turn 2 on lap number 10. And again, Mazinas defends to the inside. Jokius trying for the crisscross attempt, and he's going to get the launch here. To the outside goes Patrikos Jokius, and he's got it done! Audacious but beautiful manoeuvre by the 251, who takes the lead with just under 50 seconds to go. We're going to be on the bubble here. 2 laps remaining. And Patrikos Jokius now takes the race lead. Great job there by the 251. Just threw it to the outside. And I have to say, well played by Mayas Mazinas to keep his nose stuck in. But the big question is, even at that late stage of taking the race lead, can Patrikos Jokius hold off the advances of Mayas Mazinas, who will be charging after him like a bull in the china shop? But timer hit 0. 1 more lap to go. Patrikos Jokius struck whilst the iron was hot. Made sure, well, it looks like we've actually been given the checkered flag now. Apparently. That still looks like full racing speed to me for Patrikos Jokius and Mayas Mazinas, I would have thought. But as you can see, Broly's now going up on the circuit here. Yep. So they were at full racing speed, so I'm not too sure if the check... Yeah, there we go. It is confirmed. I was right, final lap was underway because actually crossed the line 5 seconds after the time hit 0. So Patrikos Jokius does win heat number 1 for Rotax Max Jr. ahead of Mayas Mazinas, Oskaras Bitkovas and Marcus Yaut rounding out the top 4. The 288 getting the fastest lap of the race, which was a 48.867. Joris Zigimantas Stankiewicz rounds out the top 5 ahead of Jokubas Vaskelis. Emilis Juozaitis, Oskar Navumchik, Ivan Koptiev, Vinus Zandonovicius and Valeria Duleva rounding out the 11 that finished the race. Mikolas Dermantas showing as a lap down, but Patrikos Jokius victorious in the opening heat for Junior here for round number 2. Most positions gained. Patrikos Jokius from 4th on the grid to take the victory. And then we found it was Mikolas Dermantas that lost the most positions, 5 over the course of the race. And Marcus Yauk with the fastest lap, 48.867. Now, for those more eagle-eyed of you, you might see in the bottom right-hand corner of our end of race results graphic, results displayed are not official and are subject to change. Now, this is reference anything sporting and anything technical, because we do know that we do have race control, we do have scrutineering. So, just really, from many respects, what I might call here in the commentary may not be reflective of the results that we see later on. Oh, and that rain, it is not just a shower, it sounds like we have a bit more rain here at the circuit. So at the minute I am still awaiting for some confirmed, well, let's put it this way, confirmed results. So for us here, the next race coming up will be Mini at 10:51. Then we will head to Senior Club, the Senior and Senior Club at 11:08. DD2, DD2 Masters and DD2 Club at 11:27. Nano will be at 11:48 and Baby will be at 11:58. Now, we will be going to the lunch break after the first set of heats have been completed. Nano and Baby will only be running during the heats. There is no, well, there is a final for Nano and also race 3 for Baby. But as you can see, no surprise, the weather has changed and it is going to cause probably a bit more chaos than what we have seen in the opening 2 races of the meeting so far. However, anything can happen. This is motorsport, this is racing, and yeah, you can hear by the sound. Look at the, oh. I think the weather report tells the story, but we are T-minus 4 minutes until we get underway with our next race, which will be Heat 1 for Mini. And for those wondering, for the entries that we have got for this weekend, including the drivers in Baby, we have got around about 80 drivers or so here this weekend that have braved the conditions. So we are going to have 16 drivers in total for the next race. And very shortly we will take you through the starting grid, which will comprise of a combination of senior Rotax and senior clubs. So a nice even spread between the two classes. So for those watching along on the Rotax Max Challenge Lithuania YouTube channel, don't forget to give this video a like, a share, and also, whilst you're at it, a subscribe. And we want to hear from you. I'm keeping a keen eye on the YouTube chat just to see if there's anyone supporting anybody. So let us know who you're supporting this weekend for round 2 of the season. We are looking like we have a slight delay in progress, I would imagine, based on the weather conditions, that we are hopefully going to get underway shortly. Now, with that rain falling through, falling onto the circuit, it has been the case that I would imagine that there has been a call made, and it's given the opportunity for the drivers to change tyres. There you see the 10-hour weather forecast here in Anykščiai, here in Lithuania. Yep, and it looks like towards the end of the race day, that's probably going to be when the temperatures will be at its hottest. And it's quite weird because, yep, so there we go. We're going to, you're seeing there that Heat 1 Mini is due to be the next race, and it looks like we do have a slight delay of around 5 minutes. Yeah, so they have pushed it back by about 5 minutes. So we have a Couple more moments, hopefully, to wait before the whistle blows at the end of the dummy grid and the green flag is waved and releasing the drivers. The minis will be going into battle for the same amount of time as we saw with the micro and micro under 9s a little bit earlier on. 7 minutes plus an additional lap. Senior and Senior Club will be exactly the same as juniors. 9 minutes plus an additional lap. DD2, DD2 Masters. There you see, that is why. There we go. Confirmation on our screens that tyres have been changed from the Mojo Slicks to the Mojo Wet racing tyres. Which leads me to believe the following. For the opening 2 heats of the day, it seemed like both classes were on slick tyres, if they chanced it. And the track was very, very dry at that point. So, as soon as rain hits, cools the track, causes the circuit to feel like you're skating on an ice rink. So for those wondering with regards to the remainder of the calendar, we head to Šiauliai to the Drift and Go circuit, around about an hour and a half or so's drive from the capital city of Vilnius. Rotax Max Latvia will be joining us on round 3. Then we head to Riga on August the 29th, and then we will be joined by Rotax Max Challenge Nordic. The 5th and final round of the championship season for 2026 will be in Riga on September the 19th. We will be joined by the other 2 main Rotax Max challenges in the Baltic states, Latvia and also Estonia. Speaking of which, I had a wonderful opportunity to speak to a very, very well-versed rally driver from Estonia, as I was actually I'm currently not at my home domicile or at home in the UK. I'm actually about 200, well, I would probably say about 200 miles, which is give or take about 320 kilometers away from home. And had the opportunity to meet Romet Jürgensson from Estonia, who is currently competing in WRC2 this year. And at the Supercar Fest, the Hill Climb at Shelsley Walsh yesterday, I did say that I did say to our producer behind the scene, Edgars, that my forehead kind of resembles a very well cooked lobster at the minute, in the sunshine at Shelsley Walsh in Worcestershire. And Romet was piloting the 2022, year, as in the year when it was registered, the Ford Rally 1 Puma up the climb at Shelsley Walsh. So yeah, got my fair share of sun yesterday. Yes, if you want to talk about sun and Henry Bodette, who's currently in Scotland at the moment for the Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. Yes, let's just say one particular year in Bahrain, we both suffered a little bit. But it's all good fun. It's all good fun at the end of the day. But we are not that well. It looks like it's taking a little bit longer than planned with regards to what's happening. So as soon as we can, we will be trackside with our racers once again very shortly. Well, it looks like the weather's going to become a bit changeable today, folks, because the sun has come out again. Oh dear. It's just like, it's given me PTSD from Anykščiai Kart back in late April. But it is one of those things. It's part and parcel of racing. The drivers will have to deal with whatever situation is effectively thrown in their general direction, and that is once again a true test of an adaptable driver who can get the right setup out of the kart in either difficult, incremental or perfect weather conditions for racing. But even though the sun has come out, there are still very menacing dark grey clouds in the background. So I think the the word unpredictable needs to be thrown in the general impetus and direction of the man upstairs, really. But what a wonderful shot that we're getting from one of our cameras out on the circuit. And finally, we've had our first comment in the YouTube chat. Alexander Belyanko has said, Timas Rimas, #1. Well, a big thank you to Alexander for putting that comment in the chat. Very much appreciated. So if you are watching along, please don't be shy. Please grace us with your presence just by a single sentence to put into the YouTube chat. But we are still waiting, so still under a delay situation ahead of our next race, which will be Mini. Well, I hear the whistle blowing, and the driver's now going out of the dummy grid. So it looks like we are going straight to Senior and Senior Club, obviously with a delay. So Dovydas Kulevicius and Manis Karsiaukas will be on the front row of the grid. Linas Volunjevicius and Dovydas Klazelis will be on row number 2. Gines Rimkus and Jonas Leo Kauskas will be on row 3. Kaius Pelkas and Domas Kalaravicius will be on row 4. Lorinas Kalaravicius and Nomantas Avasavicius will be rounding out the rounding out the top 10. Ugne Poskiorte rounds out 11th, ahead of Adrien Stions with Jurgis Samuelonis, Paulina Salete, Ilieva Pialskite, and then Augustas Mikivicius rounding out the grid as we go green for 9 minutes plus an additional lap. And already battles are fast and furious as round the outside through at turn number 2 and 3. We'll have the odd driver or two trying to make an audacious, slim, shady round the outside manoeuvre, but there's going to be a change for second position. There might have been Gimas Limkus getting through on Volodjovicius for P2 and a dive bomb as well. That's for P3. And it's side by side for third, side by side for fifth. And now they're scattering all over the shop. And someone's going to dive late in and try and steal P4 from everybody else. That might have been Karalovicius, possibly. Or no, Marius Kalsiaukas, who is already up who's up to 4th position. Oh, there's a spinner. And that looks to be Dovidas Kvazelis in the 350, who was running 7th, so 3 wide, 1 spins around, then everyone has to duck and avoid it. Change a little bit further back as the elbows are out with the Stanley knives very much sharpened. Adrien Sions makes up a position or two, then gets one taken away. But after the opening lap, it's Dominas Gilnevicius that leads ahead of Volodjovicius, Ginas Rimkus, Kaius Petkus rounding out the top 4. Maris Karsiaukas completing the top 5, with Domas Karalovicius leading the way in senior club and is now up into P6. But Adrien Tions, not always the best qualifier, is the 371, but can more than make up for it. As here we go, there is Tions, and stuck in the middle has got the 374 of Karalovicius to the outside. Tions will try to dive through, gets caught out, nearly loses a position in his own right. So not what you want to see happen, but these drivers are incredibly competitive. Tions using that inside curbing, trying to get through for position, but on that particular occasion, unable to get the job done. But he will this time. So Tions, to the outside he goes on Domas Karalovicius, and Adrien Tions gets through. That is going to be for 7th place. And Adrien Tions started on the outside of row number 6 on 12. Now is on to a very lucky number. Number 7 for the 371. He's got, and they got somebody off. That's at the final corner. Domas Karalovicius. And he just caught that right at the last moment out of the final corner. It looks like Domas Karalovicius in the senior club division in the 334. Now I'm not sure whether Domas Karalovicius lost it all on his own or had an assist, because depending on how close you are to the carts in front, Karalovicius continues to lead the way. Out of Volodjovicius. Gap is around about 6-7 tenths of a second at the moment, but it is the race leader. Dovydas Gulevicius that leads the way. And the big question is, with the sunshine now beaming down onto the circuit in patches, is this going to dry out the track? Because if you have decided to go on the wet tyres and then the track starts drying out, you are going to find that those tyres are going to overheat, cook and scrub and maybe step those blocks of tread that are helping disperse any standing water on the circuit. And Adrian's Tions looking for another move again, this time on Marius Karsiaukas, and looks like Tions has got the move done. Adrian's Tions has also represented Team Latvia in previous years at the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. The last one I remember, I think, might have been 2024, which might have been at Sarno, which was at Sarno that year. That was the first time the Grand Finals had visited the circuit just in the foothills of Mount Vesuvius back in 2019. Volunjevicius in second now picks up the fastest lap of the race on a 49.105. Closes the gap to Dovydas Gulevicius at the sharp end of the field as Adrian Tions looking for another move. And this time it's on Lorinas Karolevicius, who leads in Senior Club. That is the battle for P5 overall. Oh, Tions gets it all crossed up, and the front end goes a bit two-step on the 371. But it's only going to be a matter of time. It's not a case of if, it's a case of when. Adrian Tions makes his way up into P5. Meantime, that was the change for the race lead. Linus Volunjevicius gets through, and there's a little bit of a touch between Volunjevicius and Gulevicius for the race lead. Volunjevicius was sideways after a slight tag, but the 304 stays out in front at this juncture. Got just under 2 minutes to go. And again, oh, Volunjevicius getting a real good run in the 3.8, Gulevicius in the 3.89. Getting a real good run on Volunjevicius from time to time, and to the inside goes the 3.89, and oh, puts down the power. And once again, Volunjevicius gets through, and this has brought in the 377 of Ginas Rimkus, wheel to wheel for the briefest of moments from P2. And Rimkus gets through, but then it's a retake of the position, crossover attempt. Rimkus back through for second. And this just goes to show how conducive this circuit is here in Anykščiai for great overtaking. And you've got 5 spots to do it. And Ginas Rimkus holding on to second position. So these drivers really under the kibosh here. Dive bomb from Gulevicius, gets back through on Rimkus. Rimkus will have an answer very shortly. It looks like we're going to have this and one more lap to go, but the drivers battling over second and third place. And Rimkus again trying to get that real run of opportunity on Gulevicius to retake that second place. Adrian Tions in P5 now has got the fastest lap of the race. So, after Nano, I've just been informed that the start of Mini Heat 1 has been postponed and will take place after the Nano class race. Adrian's Tions now through on Gaius Petkus for P4. It's going to be a lot of distance that he's going to need to carry through, but we are on the final lap of the race. The timer has expired. And the 3:04 of Linus Volunjevicius is going to hold on for the victory. But the battle for P2 still between Goodlevicius and Rimkus. Rimkus trying to get through. And it is going to be checkered flag. Linus Volunjevicius victorious in Senior and Senior Club Heat 1. Dominas Goodlevicius P2. Ginas Rimkus P3. Adrian Steels from 12th on the grid to round out the top 4. With Modernus Goodlevicius finishing P5 and winning in Senior Club. Gaius Petkus, Jonas Liukauskas, Maris Karasiaukas rounding out the top 8. Normantas Avarsavicius and Jurgis Samuelonis round out the top 10 and thereby the top 3 in Senior Club. Dovidas Kvazelis, Ugne Puskriote rounds out the top 12. Paulina Stazilete, then we got Augustas Mikivicius, Yeva Pliatskita being the last of the classified runners, 2 laps down, and Domas Karalovicius out on lap number 3. Adrian Tions with the most places gained, 8, and unfortunately Dovidas Kvazelis losing 7 places. Adrian Tions with the fastest lap of the race of 48.866 second lap time here at the 970 metre anti-clockwise circuit. So after that rather exciting Senior and Senior Club opening heats, we will then head over to DD2, DD2 Masters and DD2 Club. So, as you can see, the cloud cover once again sweeping over the 970 metre circuit. So 14 turns in total. So the next race will be DD2. But you can see the banners still flapping in the breeze. The wind is starting to pick up here. It sounds like there is rain falling again. So it's a bit like, as I said earlier on, I'm still getting PTSD vibes from Anykščiai back at round number 1, but let's hope that the weather remains unchanged or unchangeable thereof. So, and one of the things that drivers will not like is the fact that you're going to have You're going to have drivers that will want it to be either bone dry or wet. You won't want a driver that will want to have an in-between. Unless your name is Martinas Stankovic. I still remember a couple of years back at the Pro Kart Raceland circuit in Vackersdorf, where we had 6 DD2 Masters. Martinas was one of them. We had DD2s out. They all went out on wets, scrubbed the W5s to the absolute limit, and then the DD2 Masters decided to go out on slick Mojo D5 CIK homologated tyres, and Martinas went out there and put on a clinic of how you can keep your kart sideways and keep it going fast around a circuit. So we will now have DD2 Masters and DD2 Club. It's going to be Edgars Vilkans and Anykščiai Kart on the front row of the grid. Joel Kasper Joipera and Andreas Upkaup rounding out the second row. Mikolas Mazinas, we saw his son Majus out on the circuit earlier on, will be on pole position for DD2 Masters. Then we've got Kaius Putkevicius, Martinas Stankovic and Povilas Jankovic bringing up the rear of the field in the number 417. So it is going to be 11 minutes plus an additional lap for these drivers. So we go from direct drive to 2-speed gearbox action, courtesy of this class. And just like with all the other Rotax racing classes, it will be a rolling start. Vilkans on pole, Shadalitis alongside in the 445 on the front row. Out of the final corner, revs up, and we are racing. And straight away, well, the good thing is that Edgars Vilkans on the Sony kart leads the way, but Joel Kasper Joipera, the Estonian, has gotten up to P2, so Shadalitis caught out a little bit at the start. As all, the parallel at the back got very, very sideways. Just goes to show it's always the way with one individual to get a little bit tail happy, a little bit heavy on the throttle. And these track conditions are not the easiest to get around, even if you are a DD2 or DD2 Masters driver. We see Andreas Upkaup as well. No surprise, Martinas Stankovic is already up into P4, up 3 spots. If it wasn't for the age restriction on when you had to go up from DD2 to DD2 Masters, I know for a fact that Martinas might be quite competitive, because he's closing in on Neuer Shadalitis for position. Might get the opportunity to get through. But after the opening lap, well, Edgars Vilkans is now nearly 1.9 seconds ahead of Joel Kasper Joipera, who's up 1 position already. Oh, and someone has had a big old moment, and that is Mikolas Mazinas in the 577. So Tankevicius now with Žalaitis for P3. We're seeing a lot of newer drivers make their move into DD2 Masters, including Zendrua, including Nicola Pico, that are the younger guard, let's say. There you can see on the, well, briefly on the right-hand side of the updated timing tower, the pacing is in the pace that the drivers have got. But look at the run here by Tankevicius on Žalaitis. And looks like Joipera's not that far in front either. But still, everyone is running. Lap 4 completed by Edgars Vilkans. And he's opened up the gap again. 2.4 seconds is the lead. As Andreas Upkalt closing in on Martinas Tankevicius. Well, no, it's... there is Tankevicius at the back end. Žalaitis just in front. I'm sure that with Martinez involved in this fight, the elbows will be out and plentiful thereof. But at the moment, Martinez need not worry about, well, for the moment, of Nicolas Mazinas, who's just put in the fastest overall lap of the race, 44.157. So is trying to close things down. So we have around about 6.5 minutes to go. Some of the drivers definitely getting on the rougher side, so to speak. But once again, our drivers doing a really, really good job just keeping it on terra firma out there. But still, the stalemate has yet to be broken by any one of these three drivers, whether one might find the pace dropping off a cliff. And then there'll be those that will continue and continue onward and start to flourish. As we can see, a little bit of a dry line starting to show here. But there's still some opportunity, some window of opportunity as we are over halfway through the race. Just under 5 minutes to go, and at the moment Nicolas Mazinas, who's made his way back up into 6th position, has the fastest lap of the race. A 42.224 second lap time, as now the floodgates could proverbially open very shortly. As Martinas Tankevicius now right with Joel, Kasper Joipera and Neue Žalaitis. Of course, they're all running on the Birol Art chassis. Well, I think the first two are. I'm not too sure what... no, that's definitely not a Birol Art. Two Birol Arts versus something else. Possibly more than likely maybe a Sodi kart. But it's so difficult sometimes when people put different liveries on carts and you can't really make out the Nassau panel. But Joel Kasper Joipera doing what he can. Oh, before I forget, many happy returns to Oliver Kerg. That's a name I haven't heard in quite a while. Of course, he's raced in multiple of the Baltic Rotax Max Challenge championships over the past few years. But look at this switchback. Great attempt, and through goes Martinas Stankiewicz on Nojus Žaralaitis for P3 overall. That puts a cart between Martinas and Mikolas Mazinas at the moment. And here goes the move for second. Jumping up and down in the cart. Martinas Stankiewicz steals one off of Nojus Žaralaitis and then says to Estonia's Jon Kasparov, but don't forget, I might be a DD2 Masters driver, but I'm still just as quick as you. It's like the old Ferrari F1 side of things, you know. Fernando is faster than you. Can you please acknowledge? Shout out Rob Smedley. Right. Still, with just under 3 minutes to go, anything can happen. More to the point, will it happen here in this race? So with just 2.5 minutes to go, Reipera holding off Žaralaitis. Also, one of the good things, loving all the information I'm seeing by the timing graphics that we're getting here for this year, showing the pace. You can see that Vilkans is, well, I mean, he's one thing about Edgars Vilkans is he is always very, very consistent. Looking at the last lap times, well, Mikolas Mazinas, I'm afraid to say, has retired from heat number 1. And you can see that some drivers are starting to up the pace, including Martinas Stankiewicz. For the last 2 laps, he's gone quicker. Do I hear rain hitting a camera? Yes, I do. So it looks like some spots of rain are coming back onto the circuit. It's like dry, wet, dry, wet, dry, wet. It's more wet than dry, to be honest with you. But with Martinas Stankiewicz on a charge, Edgars Vilkans continues. But Edgars Vilkans, as always, can be relied upon for his consistency. We have just over 20 seconds of this first heat left to go. It's going to be 2 more laps for the man out front in the 4.67. Let's see how much has... Well, the gap has come down to just under 3.1 seconds. Timer has expired. Next time round, Edgars Vilkans will be the first driver to see a white flag, and then it will be one more time around this 970 metre 14 turn anti-clockwise circuit. So Vilkans goes on to our official first formation lap. Well, our final lap of their first heat. We've still got minis to come before we then take a little bit of a respite here for live commentary, because we'll have our nanos, then we'll have Minimax heat number 1. what can you say? As soon as you put Edgar's Vilkans into a Sony kart, you've done a pretty wonderful thing there. So it is a run out of the final corner. So the checker flag is out. And Edgar's Vilkans, after 16 laps, manages to keep at bay the class winner from DD2 Masters, Martinas Stankovičius. 1.2 seconds was the winning margin, with Nora Shelaitis, Jol Kaspar Jopera, and Andres Subkaup. And Gaius Burkevicius, Povilas Jankovicius, and Miklos Mazinas retiring. Most places gained, Tankovicius, 5. Shelaitis lost the most with 3. And the fastest lap, Miklos Mazinas. So we have 2 more heats to go. Obviously with the baby category, there will be no commentary for it. It's just the youngest drivers that will go out there, and it's just an opportunity for them to explore their limits before they move up into Nano, and then they get the full introduction to the Micromax drivers and then go up the ladder. We have got 6 drivers set to compete in the first of 2 races today for the Nano division, and they will hopefully in the next few minutes be going out on the circuit. And of course, this being the 2026 Rotax Max Challenge Lithuania, powered by carterpart.com, your place for racing supplies. And there you see a grandstand in the background. Whistle blows at the end of the dummy grid, and then they will let them go for their race, which is going to be 7 minutes plus an additional lap. and effectively becomes heats 1 and 2 combined, and then their next race will be the final. So for those wondering what the whistle blows are in the background, it's just to give drivers the heads up when they have 60 seconds. They'll have then a 30-second board, then be told to start up their engines. So here is your starting grid for Nano Heat 1, which will be over a duration of 7 minutes plus an additional lap. Denas Noricus and Maius Noricus line up on the front row of the grid. Bios Samulonis and Ignas Piragis round out row number 2, with Patrick Slapins and Jonas Ramanauskas rounding out the 6-strong grid. So the drivers now will get underway as it's revs up. Are we green? Not too sure. I haven't seen the green flag on the live timing, and it's nearly 3 wide for the race lead. So I think we might be under false start conditions, but the drivers are, yeah, full start has been called. First one of the meeting today. It sounds like an exclamation point I always do whenever we have a full start. Well, if you want to move up the ladder in karting, you need to kind of understand and appreciate and learn this process correctly. So, oh, we've had a spinner in the back, and that would have been Patrick Salapins. And the red flag is out for the first time today, so that would say to me that our race director is going to have a little chat with the field just to help the drivers to relearn and just understand, as again we hear rain hitting one of our cameras, and the race is under red flag stoppage. So Nano heat 1, red flag stoppage after 2 full starts, it seems. So it's just re-educate, re-inform, and just get them to understand what they need to do. So race director has told them to stop, and now it's a case of making sure that these drivers are informed on the wherewithal. So they've got to be very, very careful here. Okay, so the drivers are sent back on their way around the circuit in Anykščiai. Oh, I heard a little bit of a crunch there, so the drivers have also got to be very, very careful that they don't accidentally start tagging each other before races get underway. As as the rain is coming down again, and this is, I think, round about turns 3 and 4, and then into the sort of piff-paff chicane. And this rain, if these drivers are on slick, I hope these drivers are not on slicks. If they're on wet tyres, good decisions made. The drivers are being told to slow down. And the latter two, they've got to... Right. A little bit of confusion and a bit of chaos down there. And the driver's being told to slow down again, so... Instructions rapidly being given. And that rain, that rain's coming down again. They are all on wets, that's a good sign. Very good sign indeed. They're being told, right, come on, off you go. And someone, and that is number 5, Patrick Slappins. We've gone green finally, I think. And Patrick Slappins just had the absolute gumption to go for it. Oh my days, just when you think as, it's going to get a bit slippery once off the circuit. And that looked to be the number 81 of Dennis Norkus there, going completely onto the grass. And, well played by the driver to keep it going and not get caught out. So that just goes to show that even the youngsters like this can really keep good kart control. And that's one of the things that you're taught early in karting. Keep that kart on the circuit, or as near as close to being on the circuit, despite the fact it might be a little bit more difficult than you anticipate. But Patrick Slappins is still leading. Maja Snorkus has got the fastest lap of the race, and Pius Samilionis is battling away as Lapins loses the lead, loses not just one, but two positions straight on the bounce. This is going to be easier said than done for these Nano drivers, I'm sure. So the big question will be, who is leading the way? Well, it is the number 99, Bias Samulionis, that leads. Ahead of Maya Snorkus in the number 20. Patrick Slappins, P3. As we have just under 5 minutes plus an additional lap to go. As, oh, we have got someone that's gone basically straight on. Oh, that kart is going to be beached, I'm afraid, and that is the number 11 of Ignas Biragis. Backwards onto the grass, and even if you're on wet tyres, slick, wet, damp grass as the marshals pull the driver onto the circuit and Biragis gets going again. So Samuel Ionis leads the way ahead of Norkus by just over 7/10 of a second. And the number 20 has put the kart onto the fastest lap of the race. 58.790 by Maya Snorkus, who is catching Bias Samuel Ionis for that race lead. Patrick Slapins, P3. Dennis Norkus and Jonas Ramanauskas. Rounding out the top 5. Ignas Biragis finds himself about 17.6 seconds behind P5, down in last position at the moment. Samuel Ionis and Norkus finding very different lines, coming through the final chicane and into turn 14. So we're just under 3 minutes to go, make that just over 2.5 minutes to go. Samuel Ionis still leads the way, but this time by just over 0.8 of a second ahead of Norkus. Lappin's rounding out the top 3, about 7.2 seconds back. Dennis Norkus, Jonas Ramanauskas and Ignas Biragis continue to circulate. Biragis is increasing his pace. Unfortunately, with that earlier spin, the number 11 points way back at the minute, just under 20 seconds off of the driver in front. Samuel Ionis in the number 99 Intrepid chassis continues to lead the way, with Marius Norkus to the number 20 trying to chase him down, and the gap is now 1.7 seconds. And Samuel Ionis on the previous lap set the fastest lap of the race at 58.365. Now you can just see by the stability on whether the kart's holding onto the road. Well, Samuel Ionis' kart was looking a little bit tetchy from time to time, wobbling from side to side. And he's got to be very careful of those curves, because one wrong hit on those curves and that kart's going to that kart will swap axles quicker than you can say the word jump. Oh, and he's sideways! Oh, that was well held by Bias Samuel Ionis. As look at this. At the top part of the circuit, it's getting really, really dicey. But Samuel Ionis did have the presence of mind and was found it very easy to control that sideways moments that he had. And with the lap times the last lap time was a 58.068. Oh, and that was Samuelionis spinning. I think, did Magnus Norkus spin as well? I think the answer on that one was a yes. Well, there you go. And it is going to be last lap, I think, next time around. Well, I think they crossed the line literally with a couple of seconds to spare, but Pius Samuelionis has now got a lead, and it is over Magnus Norkus, who's gotten through on Denas, who spun just a couple of seconds ago. So Samuelionis is getting very... Oh, and he spun it again! A 180 by the 99. That is not what he wanted. And that has brought Magnus Norkus right up close and personal. It is going to be, I think, one more lap to go. Let's see. So, final lap. It has been confirmed. And Pius Samuelionis nearly lost that lead. And he spun it a couple of times. But Magnus Norkus has closed that gap to about 9/10. It's not even that, it's probably less than half that now. So can Magnus Norkus get the run on Pius Samuelionis in the dying moments of this race, as we are on the final lap? Samuelionis will be looking to keep that kart very stable indeed. But he goes sideways again. Magnus Norkus trying to chase him down. Checkered flag waves. It's a run to the line. And Samuelionis will take the win by just under 0.3 of a second. Ahead of Magnus Norkus, who closed on in the dying stages. And then Denis Norkus will cross the line P3. Patrick Slapin's fourth. Fifth will be Jonas Ramanauskas when the kart makes its way through. Or has Ignas Piragis actually closed on in? Let's see. So there we have Pius Samuelionis taking the win ahead of Magnus Norkus. Denis Norkus running out the top three. Then we would also have Patrick Slapins. So with Lapins, Ramanauskas and Piragis rounding out the field. Samuelionis gained gained 2 places. And Norkus losing 2. Samuelionis getting the best driver, getting the fastest lap in that race, 58.068. We've got one more heat to go before we go to the lunch break. Up next, it is Mini Heat 1. So here is your grid for Mini Heat 1 before we go to the lunch break. Carlos Bonsons and Kasparas Kazamikas line up on the front row. Liana Sarikov and Oskaras Bakutis ran at row 2. Remigius Kliausiunas and Emilis Kapkauskas ran at row number 3. Taras Simnikas and Mikelis Stoibe ran out row 4 ahead of Kasparas Adamonis with Oskaras Prileidas running out the top 10. Timur Babenko and Ivo Os ran at row number 6. Viliamas Jusilenas rounds out the inside of row 7 ahead of Martin Sarma. Daniels Popovs rounding out the 15 strong. So, revs up, lights are green, we are racing. And look at the frantic scurry as we did. Oh, there's going to be a change here. Kliausiunas, I think. Oh, they're a little bit sideways, the two battling over P2. And Carlos Bonsons gets a little bit of breathing room at the end. The end of that little exchange. Side by side for third. Oh, moment there for Kazamikas in the 143. 3 wide, Kazamikas gets through. I think Bakutis is trying to get through. And they are scattering like the cats as we thrown amongst the mini Max pigeons here this morning. Bonsons continues to lead the way. Zadikov P2, rain is coming down again. Sarma and Popov's non-starting, so what would have been 15 carts is now 13. As getting his lean on is Kliausiunas, trying to get through on Leonas Zadikov for P2. And then you've got Kasparas Kazamikas versus Oskaras Bakutis, who dives to the inside. And Bakutis gets through. Then we've got the likes of Kapkauskas, Simnikas, Prileidas, Babenko, and Os rounding out the top 10. And Kliausiunas trying to look through on Zadikov, the wheel to wheel for the briefest of moments. So here we go, great little battle. Kliausiunas and Zadikov now have a third driver to keep them company, and that is going to be, I would imagine, so as they cross the line, it is Zadikov, Bakutis and Kazamikas. Actually, it's more like Kazamikas, Kapkauskas and Zimnikas, who are 3 drivers very, very closely aligned. But Carlos Bonsons has got a lead over Remigius Kliausiunas of over 1.9 seconds after 3 laps. Zadikov and Bakutis battling away. As it looks like Kapkauskas tried to make a move on, well, looks like Kazamikas was trying to make a move on Kapkauskas, who's gotten through. Change for second, well, that's a change for third because Zadikov went wide. 2 wheels onto the grass for the 155, so Oskaras Bakutis will now be back up into P3. So all 13 runners that started this race are still in this race. But Zarikov trying to do what he can. Just over 2.5 minutes remaining. Just over 2 minutes to go. And Carles Bansons has been closed in on by Remigius Kriausiunas. As there we see the battle that is going to be with Kasamikas versus Imnikas. The 143 versus the 102. A bit of a moment there for Kasamikas coming out of the final chicane leading into turn 14. Can't quite get the job. Well, it looks like Kasamikas is able to keep ahead of Zimnikas. And oh, we've got a spinner, and that is, oh no. That driver is trying to move the cart on the road. That looks to be possibly Ivo Os. But you can just see how hard these drivers are pushing. But we will have effectively 2 more laps to go. Banson's lead is now 6/10 because Kriausiunas, 2 laps to go, second out of him. The gap is now 0.6. So even with this and 1 more lap to go, I think there's still an opportunity for Remigius Kriausiunas to change the story. So the timer has hit 0. Next time around will be the final lap of this race and then the final lap of the morning's action here at Rotax Max Challenge Lithuania, powered by Carterpart.com. 1 more lap to go, and the gap between first and second now 4.5 tenths. I'm just happier than we've ever been because but still, it is all about who is going to come across the line first. We are to the final few moments of this race. But now, here we go, it's a challenge for the lead. Kriausiunas dives to the inside of Bansons, and through goes the 199 with just the chicane and 1 more corner to go. And what a steal! Remigius Kriausiunas out of the final corner will win the race by next to nothing. Oh, pulled a flanker on Carles Bansons. Remigius Kriausiunas. Well played indeed. Carles Bansons and Oskaras Bakutis round out your top 3. Emilis Kapkauskas, Leonas Sarikov rounds out the top 5. Editaras Simnikas, Oskaras Priledas, Timur Babenko and Ivo Os rounding out the top 9. Michelis Jupe rounding out the top 10. Kasparas Adamonis, Virijamas Julenas and Kasparas Kasamikas, who was the one that spun out on the last lap and has crossed the line to take the checker, finishes 13th. Martin Sarma and Daniel Popovs in the numbers 115 and the number 5 unfortunately have retired from the race. Most places gained, well, it was the winner. Remigius Kriausiunas, 4 places gained, but unfortunately for Kasparas Kasamikas, losing 11 places. Kriausiunas would also take the fastest lap of the race. 53.343. And that, folks, concludes our morning action here at the Anykščiai Autodrome or kart circuit here in Lithuania, as we will now head over to the lunch break from our side here on the live stream, because we have babies coming up next. But I will be back just before 5 to 1 local time, as we'll get set and ready for our second set of heats, starting at 12:55 with micro and micro under 9. We'll see you a little bit later on after the lunch break and after the babies have been out on the track. Well, everybody, welcome back to live and continuing coverage of the Rotax Max Challenge Lithuania, powered by cartapart.com. Here at the Anykščiai Kart Track here in Lithuania. We've already had our first set of heats completed this morning. Did have a little bit of a delay, but let's just give you a reminder of the track that we are racing at here for round 2 out of 5 here for the 2026 season on the path to Portimao, the venue of the 2026 Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals between the 7th to the 14th of November. This is round 2 here on the 14th of June 2026. The circuit itself, well, it measures 970 meters, runs counterclockwise, and with that, it also is a very, very wonderful circuit. As you can see, things have brightened up a little bit less surface water on the track itself, but more to the point, we are set and ready to go racing for the second round of heats. So looks like they are blowing the whistle down on the dummy grid. It looks like we are getting underway. We'll bring back the track graphic. But here is your grid for Heat 2 for Micro and Micro under 9. It's going to be Jokubas Juozaitis that is going to lead from pole position ahead of Timas Rimas, who won Heat number 1 earlier on today. So it's going to be Jokubas Juozaitis and Timas Rimas on the front row. Gordy Dulev and Aras Bagatrius rounding out row 2. Jonas Balatruzaitis and Jonas Gelzenis rounding out row number 3. Row 4, Timas Transeca and Domus Norkus rounding out row number 4. Benediktas Grasis and Vilius Bakutis rounding out your top 10 as we go into the tram lines. Revs are up. 14 drivers set to go into battle for another 7 minutes plus an additional lap. And we are racing. So it is the run through turn 1 into turn 2 and up to turn 3 for the first time. Gordy Dulev has got through on Timas Rimas for P2. Rimas did take the win in the earlier heats. Gordy Dulev received a 5-second penalty post-race. And the 42, that would have been for a front bumper penalty. Jokubas Juozaitis got a 10-second penalty for the contact with Gordy Dulev, and then a further 5 seconds penalty for the contact later on in the race. Well, 2 combined penalties totaling 15 seconds, but we are on lap number 2 with just under 6 minutes plus an additional lap to run. Some drivers getting very, very feisty out there, including Bagatrius that is closing in on the 55 of Timas Rimas. And oh, a spin and it's caused chaos behind. Another couple of carts go around, including Baltazaitis. I think even Gelzenis as well. So just to give you an idea of who is looking over proceedings, race director Saronas Bazis, Maris Miskevicius is our steward, and Aranas Marozas is our chief of timing and soaring here this weekend. But what a frantic first few laps. We're on lap number 3. Juozaitis is leading, and it's 6.5 tenths of a second up the road from Gordy Dulev. Timas Rimas, as we're going to see a change for position. Bagatrius gets through on Vilius Bakutis in the number 10 kart. Then has Benediktas Grasis just in front, and Benediktas Grasis goes grass tracking. And then Again, just goes to show how quickly things can change. Bagatarius rides on the rear bumper of Domas Noricus in the 67. This is for P5 overall. And Graz is showing a real good turn of pace. In the early runnings of this second heat. But more to the point, the battles are definitely fast and frantic here today. But more to the point, Jokubas Juozaitis is still continuing to lead as we have just under 2 minutes and 40 seconds left on the counter. And Juozaitis has the lead over Gordidulev of just 0.7 of a second. Balatuazaitis has got through on Bakurtis for P8 overall. You can see the pacing there. New fastest lap of the race, Juozaitis with a 46.319. Dulev on a 46.592. Timas Limas on a 47.2. This is the battle between Domas Noricus in P6 and Bagatrius in P5. Duran Seca, one of the biggest climbers so far in this race, up 3 positions. So Timas Duran Seca up from 7th, now running P4. But in many respects, you can see now the track is a lot drier than what it was earlier on today. Oh, you can hear the Mojo tyres absolutely screaming blue murder at the moment as they really start to hustle their way through the corners here at Anykščiai. I'm wondering if I'm hearing the odd little spit of rain from time to time, but not that much. As Galzenis looking to the inside of the number 25 Paralin. Albaltrasaitis, Gordidulev now starting to close in on Jokubas Juozaitis, who is still keeping a slender lead thereof. But with the amounts of drivers still competing at a very high level, this is far from easy for these youngsters. Final lap is underway. And Gordidulev trying to do what he can, but it is going to be the fact that some drivers will have to try and do their best. As the 25 of Baltrasaitis trying to get through on Benedict. Well, has got a very hard-charging individual not that far behind, but Jokubas Juozaitis on the final lap has had a much cleaner race and is about 3/4 of a way through the lap at the minute. DD2 trying to chase him down. It is going to be the run out of the final corner. It is going to be the checkered flag, and Jokubas Juozaitis takes the win on this occasion ahead of DD2. Timas Rimas rounds out the top 3. It's going to be runs the line between Grazis and Baltrosaitis. Oh, well, and well, that was between Domas Noricus and Jonas Baltrosaitis. Domas Noricus takes P6 ahead of Baltrosaitis. Benedictas Grazis takes the win in under 9. In 8th, head of Jonas Galzenis, as well as Kasparovicius, rounding out the top 10, as Taras Leonovicius comes across the line 1 lap down, but still takes to the finish of the race itself. Alas Bagdarius in 4th place takes the fastest lap of the race with a 45.914. So Jokubas Juozaitis wins the 2nd and final heat here at Anykščiai for round 2, and it was a shorter margin than the winning margin from the first race, just under 7.5 tenths of a second with DD2 and Timas Rimas running at the top 3. Aras Bagdarius takes the fastest lap, 45.914. Timas Sanseka, the driver with the most positions gained with 2, started 7th, finished his P5 ahead of Domas Noricus, Jonas Baltrosaitis, Benedictas Grazis, who takes the under 9 victory. Jonas Galzenis loses 3 places, started P6, ends up 9th, head of Azuolas Kasparovicius, with Billy Staras Bakutis, 11th, Rodrigo Lapins, Vladislav Veliki, and Tauras Leonovicius rounding out the finishing order. Drivers will be checked for the front bumper, and Taras Leonovich is probably pointing to the direction, the general direction. Somebody would say, "Well, I didn't do it; he did." It's like, "Please, sir, wasn't my fault." So, Junior Club due to start in around 5 minutes time. So there is the Mitijet car that has been piloted by a certain Martinas Tankevicius. So, lovely looking vehicle. But I think realistically we need to sort of give you folks, if you've only just joined us on Facebook and YouTube, thank you so much for doing so. I think we really need to, if our producer Edgar's is going to do so. Let's see if we can get up the track, the wonderful track layout that we have got in terms of graphics, which gives you the lowdown on the Kartodromos Anykščiai here in Lithuania. Okay. Well, we won't be getting the graphic up for you folks, but if you want to scroll back, it's the first time that's been shown on a broadcast, so really wonderful. So if you want to scroll back to the very beginning when we started, then you'll be able to have a look at it. So but there is the Mitijet car, silhouette vehicle. I'm wondering how come Martinas can fit in such a car. He isn't exactly the tallest individual I know. But he is one of the people behind Rotax Max Challenge Lithuania, powered by cartaparts.com. So we are T minus 3 minutes and change. Until they release the junior and junior club drivers ready for their second heat of the day. So 3-minute board will have gone out, meaning that the mechanics have to vacate the dummy grid. There is the weather forecast. Looks to be hitting highs of around about 16 degrees centigrade between 3 and 6 p.m. later on today. If you are watching from the United Kingdom, well, the local time is around about 1 in the afternoon. And as you can see, there is going to be a higher probability of rain, anywhere between 40 to 45% over the next 3 to 4 hours. As we are just over 30 seconds away from getting Junior Heat 2 underway. Right, so Majas Mazinas, Senores Stankiewicz will line up on the front row once again. Emilis Juozaitis and Patrikas Yorkius will round out row number 2. Oskaras Pitkovas and Markus Jauk round out row 3. Mykolas Darmantas and Jokubas Vaskelis round out row 4. With Vinus Zalnarovicius and Oskar Novomchik rounding out the top 10. Valerio Duleva and Ilan Koptiev complete the grid. So the drivers now split, enter into the tram lines as we go, revs up, and we are racing. Green flag in the air, and Mazinas already counters the attack of the likes of Juozaitis. Now up into P2. Pitkovas now P3, side by side for second position. Looks like Pitkovas might have just gotten through and threaded the eye of the needle. Stankiewicz down into P4. As it looks like, oh, we've got one going exit stage right, so someone has lost a big amount of ground as Patrick Kasiakis tries to get through, loses a position, tries to get back through again, jumps up and down in the seat. As someone did lose a significant amount of positions. I think there might have been a Scottish Budgovas in the 204 that has tumbled. But Majas Mazinas currently in P1. Half a second ahead of Emilis Georgaitis in second. There is Patrick Kasiakis, and he's got Mikolas Termantas as oh, Jokubas Vaskelis gets through. Nice cheeky dive to the inside. So 9 minutes plus an additional lap for the juniors, which will be the same amount of race time we'll see for the seniors a little bit later on. So I think if Mazinas, well, there is. So look at this. Emilis Georgaitis now is up front. And you can see at some places there's some drivers able to switch on those tyres and get up to breakneck speed, and that's exactly what Majas Mazinas is trying to do. Trying to close back in on race leader Emilis Georgaitis. For that race lead, the gap between the last time was just over a tenth and a half. As Budgovas in 6th sets the new fastest lap of the race. 6 minutes to go. And Stankovičius in P3, now the fastest out of anybody. And it's closing in to the 2 in front, so Mazinas and Georgaitis have got to watch their 6 now. And Georgaitis has got to make sure that the back end does not step out of line too often. But Mazinas to the inside, gets through, retakes the race lead. Stankovičius is there with them, across the line. Line astern of the top 3. And after 5 laps, it is 0.106 seconds, a tenth. Stankovičius with another new fastest lap of the race. And I think that is through now for second position. Yes, that is the case. Yanis Igimantas Stankovičius up to P2 on the Falcon chassis, now chasing down the man in front. Majas Mazinas, he's got to hold on. And with the track being very, very much dry in a significant amount of places, well, Mazinas is going to be loving this. Stankovičius now on Mazinas' gearbox, rear axle, I would say. And Georgaitis is keeping them both very, very honest. The gap between the top 3 after lap 6 was a quarter of a second. And this battle for the lead continues at a breakneck pace. Mazinas still leads. Georgaitis 2nd, Stankovičius P3. And Stankovičius had a really, really good run there on Emilis Georgaitis. Georgaitis went, no, thou shalt not pass. Oh, change for the lead. So, Uazaitis gets through on Mazinas. Mazinas back through on the inside, and there goes Stankovičius at turn number 1. But still, it's a case of that cat and mouse game. So if you said to me which one of these top 3 is going to win it, my answer would be this. I don't have anything concrete on that matter, but I know for a fact that with drivers like this, but still, Markus Jauk in 4th, now has the new fastest lap of the race, a 41.319, but things are closing up. So, Mazinas continues to lead by just over 0.12 of a second. It's going to go down to the wire this time, because after this I think we'll probably have 3 more laps of racing and also some welcome sightseeing if you ever get a chance to the locality. Oh, it's going to be another 3 laps as the leaders cross the line with 1:20 to go. Stankovic is trying to look for a move over Mazinas. Mazinas able to counter and predict what was going to happen. And Stankovic and Uazaitis swapping places. This is definitely going to be a real pleasing sight to see. But still, Mazinas is away and clear, but not to the advantage you would like to have. Well, Mazinas will next time round should be taking the white flag. So, last lap underway. Marius Mazinas leads. Emilius Uazaitis across the line, just 8 seconds back. After that, Markus Jauk rounding out the top 4, leading. But Mazinas is getting right down to business. We are on the final lap. And Mazinas trying to do what he can. Oh no, and contact! Whoa, 284 Pitkovas. I think that might have been on Markus Jauk, but they crossed the line. And that is a real shame. Markus Jauk and Oskaras Pitkovas come together. But it is Marius Mazinas that wins what was, in the end, a dramatic finish. As Markus Jauk and Oskaras Pitkovas, I think Pitkovas might get investigated post-race, but Marius Mazinas takes the win. Joris Zigimantas Stankovičius, Patrikas Jokius and Jokubas Vaskelis ran out the top 4. Vinus Zanarovicius rounds out the top 5. Emisio Zaitis, Oscar Navumchik, Mikolas Demantas, Valerio Duleva, and Ivan Koptiev rounds out your top 10. Oskaras Pidkovas finishes in 11th with Marcus Jauk, the other driver involved, finishing at the tail end of the field. Jokubas, it was Vaskelis. Jokubas Vaskelis, most places gained 4. Oskaras Pidkovas, most positions lost. And funnily enough, Oskaras Pidkovas, sorry, I'll get my dentures in right in a minute, got the fastest lap of the race, 41.166. So, in the background I can hear the wind picking up. Rain sounds like it might be falling again. And with that little notification, possible thunderstorm in less than 10 minutes. Sounds like Sepang in Formula 1 back in the day. And I've been at Sepang when it's been 35 degrees centigrade, 99% humidity. And, well, we could be teetering on the cusp of our second heat for Mini. I mean, the thing is, the drivers will be quite thankful that it's only 7 minutes plus an additional lap. And, which is why I am not surprised to see what I am seeing there. Which is karts there. Here is the graphic of the Anykščiai Kart 970 meters in length. Top speeds will be approaching 133 kilometers an hour. 5 different sectors here at the circuit. Slowest corner, turn 1. Fastest corner, turn 14. 14 of them. The circuit runs in an anti-clockwise direction. 5 overtaking zones for the drivers to put some moves on. We've seen some absolute corkers. Last minute Danny Rick sendings. There is the cloud cover, 99%. Air temp, 14 degrees. Wind, 4.1 meters per second. And the track lap record, 45.21 seconds. So we have just a few more moments to go until we release our Mini-Max drivers for their second heat of the second round of the season very shortly. And those clouds up above, especially those on the left-hand side of the shots, as we are very soon going to be getting ready to go racing for the second and final heats here for Mini. Field is released from the dummy grid for Heat 2 Mini. Let's take you through the starting grid. Carlos Bernasons will start on pole position. Kasparas Kasamekas will line up alongside on the front row on the front row of the grid. Leonas Zadikov and Oskaras Vakutis, row 2. Remigius Kriausiunas and Emilis Kapkauskas, row 3. Taras Imnikas and Michelis Stube round out row 4, completing the top 10. Kasparas Adamonis and Oskaras Priledas. Timur Bebenko and Ivo Oz round out row number 6, with Vilejamas Joselenas and Leonas rounding out the drivers that will start the race, unfortunately for Martin Sama and Daniel Popovs, once again classified as non-starters. Into the tram lines, and the revs are up, and we are racing. Green flag in the air, and into turn 1 we go. Bernasons leads the way. Zadikov and Kriausiunas up to second and third respectively. Kasamekas down to fourth in the early exchanges. Zimnikas up past Bakutis for P5. Babenko up past Jube. Adamonis past Kapkauskas. There you see a little bit more rain hitting the lens of the camera. As that's a big old off, and narrowly avoiding the tyre barriers. That is the 1-for-1 of Emilis Kapkauskas, the first one to be caught out with the inclement conditions. As to the inside, a dive bomb through in towards the final chicane as they head through turn 14 into turn 1 here on lap 2. As Bernasons is under pressure, Zadikov might have just gotten through. Yes, there has been a change for the lead. So, Leonas Zadikov up now from third place and leads the race. Zimnikas in fourth, up 3 spots from 7th on the grid. Look at this. Oh! I think that might have been Bakutis up the inside of Kasamekas for P5. nevertheless, Oskaras Bakutis did have the fastest lap of the race, but it's Ivo Os who's now up into P7, upward. I think from what I remember correctly, that is 5 places gained as we're on lap number 3. And Carlos Bensons leads the way ahead of Remigijus Kriausiunas, Jonas Sarikov, Taras Simnikas, Oskaras Bakutis, with Kasparas Kasamekas rounding out the top 6. And all 3 wide again. Now Noah's Ark style. 2x2, hurrah, hurrah. Once again, we're seeing some great race from the micros and the minis. There's going to be an attempt to change for 3rd position. Oh, and we've got a couple of carts slowing. One of which I think might have been Kasamikas, possibly. Well, no, Kasamikas currently P4 at the minute. Unless it was Oskaras Bakutis that has dropped all the way down. We are so on the cusp. We still have 3 minutes and 40 seconds left to go. These drivers not out of the woods yet. That rain is ever starting to... Well, on the top of my room with a glass window, I'll be able to see whether it's or not. But nevertheless, still more battles up and down the order to be had. Timur Babenko, I think, just got past. But this rain is starting to come in intensity. It is going to... And still they are battling away like nobody's business. Miletus is in the top 25 percentile range of the but still, again, just great racing all the way through. There have been a couple of clashes which I think it could have potentially been slightly under contention, because everyone loves doing a Danny Rick dive bomb, don't they? You lick the stamp, you send it, you see what happens. Risk versus reward might play your way, but at this particular juncture, Carlos Bensons is just under 2 seconds up the road. Ivo Os now up to P4 in the 163. Another attempt and a pass made. Again, tyres squealing. Blue murder at the minute. And Emilis Kapauskas now sitting in a fairly lonely bar at that time. So just a minute to go. 3 laps, including this one. And Carlos Bensons holding on to the race lead ahead of Thomas Simnikas, Ivor Oz. And this is getting really, really close. Sharp end of the field. So that'll be Ivar Ors. The next time around it will be just 1,100 yards of this iconic venue. Oh. Oh, there's going to be a little bit of rambunctious elbows down action as the final lap is underway. Carlos Bensons is away and clear by 3 seconds at the minute. Then you got the two behind, Marguton and Leona Chorley. It comes down to the wire, the last few couple of corners. Who is going to come out on top? It could be Drag Ray for the second. It's nearly 3 wide. And it was Carlos Bensons. Tora Simnikas taking second by 66 thousandths, and then fourth. The latter two drivers being Jonas Zarikov. So a good job there by so the field makes his way into pit lane, and it is Carlos Bensons that wins after 11 laps of racing by a race winning margin of just 3.1 seconds. Taras Simnikas, Leonas Zarikov ran out your top 3. After that, Kasparas Kasamikas, Ivo Os, Oskaras Vakutis, and Emilas Kapkauskas taking the fastest lap time of the day in the in the 7th place, number 141. Tony Babenko, Remigius Kriausiunas, Oscar Sprealedas, Michaelis Chuba, Kasparas Adamonis, and Viljamas Juldet Zenas. Biggest moves up the order, Ivo Oz up 7. And then Kriausiunas in the number. Oh, there we go. And in just a couple of minutes' time, we're going to get underway with our next heat of the event. As the rain is coming down again. Just under 6 minutes to go as we'll get ready. As that rain is coming down. Have we got another delay in the offing? Well, stick with us here on Facebook and YouTube Live as it happens here for Rotax Max Challenge Lithuania Round 2, powered by carterparts.com. And as you can see, we now have an even bigger deluge of rainfall right now at just going past 1:45 in the afternoon, and I would imagine there's going to be an absolute frantic hive of activity with regards to the senior and senior club race coming up. So whether that is going to be rescheduled as we had with Mini Heat 1. Yep, brollies are up, caps are on, body warmers, jackets, some still braving the elements. But at least it wasn't as significantly cold like we had in Augstadvaris back in the, well, at the first round of the season. But that rain is not exactly small. It's not a small shower, it's a deluge. And still the Mitijet car is getting plenty of attention. People, well, I think the good thing is the Mitijet having its own awning, people are able to run for cover and a bit of shelter. There's someone who's deciding, well, I don't want to get my trouser legs wet, so I'm going to wear my shorts instead. Oh, right. Whistle signals sound like good news to me, because very soon I would imagine we're going to be going back racing. It is going to be senior and senior club, and that will be for a 9 minutes plus an additional lap heat. Then we'll have DD2, DD2 Masters and DD2 Club before we have the last race for Nano, which effectively will be the final. We'll have the last race for Baby, and after both those have been completed, their award ceremonies will be carried out, and then we will have just our last sets of races, which will be the finals for today. Oh, and the sun's got his hat on. Hip, 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 hooray. So straight away, sunglasses gone on one of the onlookers. Oh. Thunderstorm not prevalent here in Anykščiai, but you can see a lot of lighter, whiter clouds in the background, and we have some blue sky. So here's the grid for Heat 2 Seniors. Dovydas Gudlevicius and Manis Karasiaukas line up on the front row. Linas Volunjevicius and Dovydas Kozelis rounds out row 2. Ginas Rimkus and Jonas Liurkauskas rounds out row 3. Kaius Petkus and Domas Kalorovicius, the leading senior club driver, rounds out row 4. Adrins Tions and Lorinus Kalorovicius round out the top 10. Romantas Avasavicius and Ugne Poskuriote round out the top 12 ahead of Jurgis Samelionis, Paulina Stazalte, Eva Pilauskite and Augustus Mikivicius rounding out the 16-strong grid. So 9 minutes plus an additional lap. Gudlevicius and Karasiaukas on the front row, as we will now make our way out of turn number 14, revs up, and we are racing. Green flag in the air, and once again Gudlevicius takes the initial hole shot as the deluge has brought some standing water onto the circuit. A couple of drivers going wide, one goes 2 wheels on the grass outside of the top 12. As you can see, blue skies hitting the air once again in the skies above. And some taking some unusual lines. That will include the 371, no doubt, of Adrian's Tions, up to 7th position now. Maybe make that another position if he's very, very lucky. But after the open lap, it's half a second is the advantage for Dovydas Gudlevicius. Ahead of Volunjevicius, Rimkus in P3, Petkus, Karovicius, Karasiaukas, Tions now up to... Oh! And someone has decided to go grass tracking. That's the 311. Samuelionis. That might have just happened unassisted. And, well, still pulling. As all careful. But now it really does show, well, there's been a big goal change because Dovydas Gudlevicius. Oh, what has happened to Gudlevicius? He's dropped. Gudlevicius might be out of the race. Oh no! Drama for the driver that started right up at the sharp end of the field as Volunjevicius leads the way. Rimkus in second. Tions now P3. So Good Levicious looks to be out of the race. And that is not going to go well for the CD Rotax driver. 377 getting a little bit slow. Gino Sadimkus now goes for the race lead to the inside at turn 1. That was a brave move from Gino Sadimkus to get through on Volunja Vicious. Tion's now closing them down. And oh, we got another drama as well. Looks like we've got another cart that has come to a stop, and that is going to be Georgios Samuelionis. Oh, Rimkus is off the circuit. Oh dear, they're dropping like flies here in seniors all of a sudden. So Samuelionis is past the line. So Good Levicious is out. Pilo Scute, as here we go, change 4. So at the moment, Tion's going quickest of anybody. Then that quickly changes because Karasiaukas, down in 4th, has gotten the fastest lap of the race. Tomas Karlovicius, leading the Senior Club division, is currently running P5 and is climbing the order. So some drivers able to negotiate their way around these tricky conditions at the minute. But Tion's now leads. Tion's leads. Who would have said that after a few laps? There's a change for position. Karasiaukas through on Petkus. You can see it's very treacherous. They don't want to chance it going through that hairpin, but Adelines Tions is now pulling it. Oh, he's just pulled a 1.1 second gap in addition to the 0.2 that he already had in his pocket, and just put in a 49.620 on that last lap. So Linus Volonjevicius finds himself about 1.3 seconds behind, and we have lost a couple of competitors. Roselis is out. Gudlevicius out. What a shame for both drivers, running really, really well in that second heat. As we have 4 1/4 minutes left to go, plus an additional lap. And Karsiaukas closing in and gets through on Volunja Vicious. That was a great move from the 373. Nice and neat on the anchors, throwing them out of the back of the cart into the braking zone at turn 12. 3 out of 14 they go. The gap now is 2 seconds nigh on. That's all. Run wide there by Kriausiuras. Oh, and they clash sidewalls. Do both Messrs. Karsiaukas and Volunja Vicious, and Kaius Petkus breaks the deadlock, gets in between them, but loses the position possibly for 3rd. Crisscross attempt here by Karsiaukas, gets back through for P3. Rimkus and Liakauskas battling tooth and nail over 6th and 7th respectively, just behind. And now, been a mistake by Volunjevicius as Karsiaukas has gotten through. Volunjevicius starting to struggle in these difficult conditions, but he's still holding on to a steady P3. Petkus is now there. Rimkus also there. And you can just see how hard these drivers are battling. It's a quartet just behind. So you've got Domas and Laurinas Karavicius. And with that will be the likes of Poschiote. There's a dive, and oh no! Sideways goes the 383 of Petkus. Oh dear. Bit too overzealous, hit the brakes, locked the back axle and spun it around. That allowed Gines Rimkus in the 377 to get back through. And now it's all change again. There's the 383 of Petkus trying to come back. And that was with the 374 of Lorinas Kalonovicius, who leads Senior Club now up to P5. Change possibly for position, the two go wheel to wheel. Oh dear. Kalonovicius finds 2 wheels on the grass on the outside. But Adelines Tions is cantering away into the next locality here in Lithuania. And he is up by nearly 3.8 seconds Fastest lap of the race by the Latvian, 49.620. That is Petkus, Domas, and Domas Karadovicius, Jonas Liakauskas, and Ugne Poskoriute. They're getting so close to the barriers, coming out of turn 14 and across the stripe. Some chance of fate scuffing the sidewalls against that sidewall on the right to the inside, and someone's gone two wheels on the grass again. It just seems to be that when you throw the kart in and you hope it six, you get chronic understeer in these wet weather conditions, and one's gone four wheels off the grass. Oh dear. The pendulum has swung so many ways here in the second senior Rotax and senior club heat. It's been difficult really to see who has come out on top on this one. Well, apart from one man who's leading quite comfortably. That is Adrian Tions' lead now, 5.3 seconds. Has more changes for position. It's like trying to find the perfect racing line while Adrian Tions has done that. And the 371 has, at the moment, kept it nice and clean, making sure he doesn't overdrive the kart and also take too much life out of the tyres that are underneath him. But he's doing a really good job. Next time, last lap around for Adrian Tions, as Marius Kartsiakas holds on to second, as Ginas Rimkus and Ginas Volunjevicius side by side into turn one, and Volunjevicius keeps it round the outside. Holds on to P3. Last lap underway, and the sunshine coming down onto the circuit once again. Incredible close proximity racing at its finest. When drivers have gone on track, it's just through unforced errors and mistakes. But it's not that long now, a couple of corners to go. Adrian Tions will take the win by a comfortable margin, over 5.5 seconds. He's about to cross the line now. Adrian Tions takes the checkered sideways across the line in celebration, and he wins Heat 2. Second, it's going to be Kartsiaukas. And it is going to be Ginas. Oh, what a cheeky move. Ginas Rimkus round the outside through the final corner on Linus Volunjevicius takes P3. Kaius Petkus, Jonas Liakauskas round out the top six, all Rotax seniors. And Domas and Laurinas Karadovicius make it a 1-2 in senior club, taking 7th and 8th. Laurinas Karadovicius, Normantas Varsavicius and Ugne Poskoriute round out your overall top 10. Paula Stazelte ahead of Augustas Mikiewicz, Jeva Pliauskite and Georgis Samoulionis round out the finishers. Unfortunately, lap 3, it was game over for Dovydas Kvazelis in the 350, and Dovydas Kudlevicius out on lap 2. Adrian Tions, fastest lap of the race, 49.620, and he gained the most places from 9th to victory for the 371 from Latvia. And unfortunately, Linas Volunjevicius losing the most places, just one at the end of the race. But that concludes the seniors. Next up, it is going to be DD2, DD2 Master and Club out for their second and final heats of the weekend. So we do have an official 5-minute adjustment on Heat 2 for DD2, DD2 Masters and DD2 Club. No surprise, as you can see, some of the carts being recovered by our recovery vehicle here at the circuit. So just to allow that little bit additional time to make sure that the track is clear before anyone gets released onto it. So the whistle has sounded at the end of the dummy grid. Engines are fired up. So we are being indicated that there's going to be rain in about 10 minutes. The drivers go onto their official format lap. The race is so here is the starting grid. It's Edgar's Vilkans and Noy Sheraritis that line up on the front row. Jorkas Poyopera and Andres Upkal that ran at row 2. Row 3, Mikhail Mazinas and Christoph Adams. Sorry, not Christoph Adams. My apologies, I'm getting myself confused again. Yeah, Kajus Bukevicius, Martin Stankiewicz, Povilas Jankevicius, they ran out the 8 strong. Sunshine in the air here at Anykščiai. Sorry, I deal with so many Rotax championships, you do get confused. But of course, here we go. We're green. Are we green? Yes, we are. And Edgarsville Cans for the lead of the race gets things underway. Yes, I'm getting myself confused with this and B&L Karting Series Round 3, which is next week at the Home of Champions. And then the Rotax Max Euro Trophy will be at the same venue just a week after that. But Joel Kasper Jopiter looking to try and put the frighteners on Edgarsville Cans early. But the man on the steady cart won't always be that quite clearly phased. But only a slender lead as Joel Kasper Jopiter, man from SM Racing, trying to get through on Edgarsville Cans. There's a window of opportunity and Jopiter's going to go for it! And they're still wheel to wheel. Vilcans just narrowly holds on by a finger thread. Joel Kasper Jopiter was chomping at the bit. He thought, right, I'm not going to let Edgars have his own way. He's doing it. He's at it again. It's the 429, the man from Estonia. Shelaitis and Mikolas Mazinas now rounding out the top 3 at the moment. But look how close they are packed at the minute. Oh, and something's gone awry for Martin Stankiewicz. But still, at the moment, battle lines have been drawn at the sharp end of the field, and Edgarsville Cans continues to lead the way. Mikolas Mazinas looks to have managed to get himself up a position or two. He did have an opportunity to try and go for the win, but I think he just overcooked his tyres. Actually, easy down when you're running. Although you're But still, here goes Mikolas. Oh, Mikolas Mazinas has just got dived through. And look, the clouds have gone really grey up above. Andreas Upkamp is there in the mix, and this is for first, well, not for first and second. It's going to be for second, third, well, for third, fourth, and fifth. Oh, well, looks like we've got a DNF. It is Martinas Stankiewicz, I'm afraid, in the 533 from the Lithuanian Birlot squad. Part of the organising committee of this championship and also a competitor within DD2 Masters. Oh, careful, Mikolas Mazinas. He nearly cut off the front of Noyus Jarolaitis in the 445. 7.5 minutes to go. And Mazinas is closing in on Upkalp, who's now up into P3. Can the Lithuanian get through on the Estonian driver? Not 100% sure, but we will wait and see in the next couple of moments or so. But look at this quartet is so tightly packed. Oh, and at the back end of the train. Oh no, that was Bukevicius, I believe. Bukevicius has lost it and exited off the circuit, and Bukevicius pulls the cart by the front bumper. And here goes Mikolas Mazinas on Andreas Upkamp. Who's going to get the run into turn 1? It's Mikolas Mazinas. Ho ho! Just goes to show he can get that done. And Upkamp was looking through at the next left-hander. But Mazinas covered that off very, very nicely indeed. And now, Janelaitis is right on the rear bumper of Upkalp. Fastest lap of the race. Rotax by the opener, 39.773, and it's within lunge range of Edgar's Vilkans. Gap now up to 5.5 tenths. As here it is. Generalitis and Upcart, both in Rotax, well, both in DD2. And unfortunately, one retirement already, and that is Martin Stankovičius for the Birulart Lithuania team. Oh, careful, Mr. Upcart. Something might go awry here if you're not careful. Generalitis to the inside, retakes the position. And again, you can just see how close these drivers are battling. And that is going to be Joiperath. Well, that was a big old throw. And that was by Generalitis on Upcart. And Upcart holds on to 5th position at this juncture. 5 minutes to go. Now, Generalitis wants to hold on to this one. It's P3 in the DD2 classification. All going well for the team at the 24 Hours of Le Mans this year. But here we go, battle between 4-4-5. Here's Generalitis versus Estonia's. But still, these drivers are battling tooth and nail. It's all about those millimetres, it's all about those inches you can carry through corners in a beautiful attempt. Still, these guys are not giving each other any quarter whatsoever. This is enthralling what these drivers are doing. But with just 3 minutes and 20 seconds to go, the Rotax by the opener, the man in 2nd position, 39.773. His last lap was a 42.3. So the top echelon of the drivers in this class are lapping incredibly quickly as the track is coming to them. It's dry at the minute. Whether the rain is going to do anything about that later on today is anyone's guess. But we'll have to wait and see for when it does happen. However, blue skies up above, there is some cloud cover overhead. But don't let that fool you about how hard these drivers will go to battle. And Edgar's Vilkans now leading, and it's now been a little change because Rotax by the opener has put himself back up into 2nd. But still, it is the case that Edgar's Vilkans is just pounding the laps in at the moment, and did have a lead of just over 1.6 seconds, has now grown to nearly 1 3/4. It's going to be taller order. If anyone like Mikolas Mazinis, Jamie Gilbert, Joe French, and Bill. It will be just a case of getting the kart across the line and getting those valuable points. So there is the confirmation of the fastest lap of the race. Kaspar Joikberg from Estonia, who said he couldn't feel his fingers after the final in the first round out of 5. And still Vilkans trying to do what he can just to extend that gap periodically, sector by sector. Acceleration input, brake input, steering input. That track is going to be very, very dry, and if they did decide to go out on wet tyres, well, that's the thing about the changeable weather in this locality in the world. 1 minute, yeah, all good. Next minute, no, we've gone out, we'll see you later. Fend for yourself. But Vilkan's about to cross the light. The strike, 2 laps to go. The driver involved for many a year with R in Latvia. So the timer counts down. That is going to be it. 11 minutes has been reached by race leader Edgars Vilkans. Johan Kaspar Joikberg has got that gap down again. What a drive it has been for Edgars Vilkans. Last lap underway. Johan Kaspar Joikberg is closing down to around 2.2 seconds in terms of an advantage for the man up front. Whenever I see Elliot, well, when I see Edgars going out there, I know that he's always going to put on a hell of a show. He has competed in other championships, including BNL, including the Euro Trophy. So not exactly a shrewd individual when it comes to getting things sorted. And that is going to be it. Edgars Vilkans takes the win after 18 laps of racing. 1.9 seconds ahead of Johan Kaspar Joikberg, who rounds out the top 3. Well, who rounds out second and takes the fastest lap of the race. So Mikolas Mazinis wins in Masters, taking P3 overall, ahead of Andreas Upkalp, Hugo Geraitis, and well, Upkalp has got the fastest lap of the race in the pocket. Nois Geraitis, Povilas Jankevicius and Kajus Butkevicius round out the finishers. Vilkans winner again. Joikberg, fastest lap of the race. So there are your provisional results for DD2, DD2 Club and DD2 Masters. The only retiree, unfortunately, the 433 of the Lithuanian Birolot squad, Martinas Tankevicius. We have one more race that we're going to be broadcasting here on ROTAX Max Challenge Lithuania, both Facebook and on YouTube, before we go to the finals, which will start at about 3:05 p.m. with Mini and with Micro. We'll have 5 finals in total. Micro and Mini will be 11 minutes plus an additional lap. Junior 13 minutes, Senior 14 minutes, DD2, DD2 Masters and DD2 Club will conclude the on-track activities. So we should be finishing, I would imagine, at about, barring any stoppages or delays, around about 10 to 5 local time here. But we have one more race, which is the final for Nano. And this race is going to be over a duration of 10 minutes plus an additional lap, and that will be starting at 33 minutes past the hour. So we'll have just over 5 minutes before the Nanos are released onto the circuit here in Anykščiai. So we'll be back in just a couple of minutes here, as this championship is powered by kartapart.com. Well, let's have a look at the grid for Nano for the final. Bios Samulianis and Majos Norkus line up on the front row of the grid. Dennis Norkus and Patrick Slapins goes on row number 2, with the number 5 starting 4th, and Jos Ramanauskas and Inas Piragis rounds out the 6-strong grid. So as you can see, the wind has picked up here at the circuit. The driver's now getting into position. Hopefully Patrick Slapins will not have the launch that he did last time round, as they are into the tram lines. Oh, they're being told, carry on. They've got to go into the tram lines. They've got to carry on. Come on, drivers. Are we going to get a green flag is the first port of call. I think that might be a big fat no on that one. No, they're gonna, yeah, yellow flags. Full start, and look at the blue skies up above. Way. Oh, but there's rain at another part of the circuit. Boo. So, look at that. That's signaling to the driver. Come on, get your backside in gear. Right, revs up. Are we going to be racing? Yes, we are. In the Nano final. No yellow flag at Marshall Post 1. So, Samuelionis leads the way, but there is rain falling. They've got to be very, very careful with kart control, because this race is going to be 10 minutes plus an additional lap. Dennis Norkus up to P2. Patrick Slapins now up into 3rd, ahead of Majos Norkus in the number 20. Oh, and Dennis Norkus goes a little bit wide. Patrick Slapins has to check up, get on the anchors. Norkus again goes wide. Lapins, can he get the under over here? Not quite. With that rain starting to fall at one part of the circuit, encouragement shown to the drivers. Lapins to the inside. Oh, he lifted off the throttle there, did the number 5, and Majos Norkus nearly goes into the back bumper of him. Both of them struggling with traction as they go through at turn 3 and 4. But again, it's just a case of measuring and running your own race sometimes. Oh, sideways by Patrick Slapins, and he holds on. Oi! well played by Patrick Slapins in the number 5. Had a big old snap of oversteer, steered it in the other direction, caught the slide, and kept it pointing in the right direction. But he might be under pressure because Maja Snorka's putting him under significant pressure from behind. Ignas Piragis rounds out the top 5. Jonas Ramanauskas has lost a position, is down to 6th position as it stands. Oh my goodness. This race is a bit on the chaotic side for a final, but, well, when have finals ever not been chaotic? Don't ask me that question, because I've commentated on so many Rotax races I couldn't be able to begin to try and trawl my way through the old memory banks. So, 2.5 minutes completed, a quarter of the race is down and dusted, as we see Lapins in an Orcus sandwich in the minute. And it is Maja Snorkas, new fastest lap of the race, 49.581. Patrick Slapins holding on to that 3rd spot at the minute here in the final, but at the minute he's under significant pressure. Looks to be the smallest of the drivers that we have here, but as they say, small in stature, big in heart. This just goes to show when things get very, very crazy indeed. But more to the point, Norkus, Lapins and Norkus, 2nd, 3rd and 4th respectively. Samuel Leonis is away and clear, but how big is the gap? It's 3.5 seconds. And at the pace that Denas Norkus in the number 81 is showing, that could further expand. And Patrick Slapins having to defend against Maja Snorkas, as Snorkas trying to get the crisscross here on the number 5. The number 5 of Lapins holding on to the racing line, stays P3. The gap is now 3.8 seconds. It is climbing. As to the inside goes Maja Snorkas, and through goes the number 20 on the number 5 to take P3 away from Patrick Slapins. We have just over 5 minutes and a quarter left, plus an additional lap. And Ignas Piragis closing in on Patrick Slapins for that 4th place. It's a longer competition for these drivers heading into the last half of the race. 50% of the timer has counted down, and Samuel Leonis still pulling away. Is now it's going to be the 2 Norkus drivers that go side by side, and Mayus gets through on Denas, and that will be for P2. So I think maybe the best thing that both Mayus and Denas can do is see, well, which one is faster, and whoever is to go hunting. And that is hunting towards the number 99 of Pia Samuel Oyonis, who is now 4.7 seconds up the road after 6 laps. We're on lap 7 of the race. And the number 99 Intrepid chassis, well, it looks like the Intrepid chassis based on that livery. Samuel Leonis now has a lead. It's 4.4 seconds. But Maja Snorkas, fastest lap of the race, 49.499. Well, that 49.5 seconds then. And we'll start to try and close that gap. So because of Maja Snorkas effectively being de facto released, then that will give us an understanding on how quick over the next 3.5 minutes plus an additional lap the number 20 will be. As soon as Majas Norkus got through on Patrick Slapins for P3, then it was a case of the number 20 moving up the order. Gap was 4.4 seconds. What's the gap now? 4.0. Oh, well, Samuel Ionis has got no assist. He just did a 50.346. Norkus did a 49.963. That's a lot of time taken out. That is nearly the best part of half a second that Majas Norkus on one lap alone has managed to claw out in terms of that differential. And now Dennis Norkus finds himself behind Patrick Slapins in who's now currently in P3. And again, Majas Norkus closing in on Samuel Ionis. The gap between the pair last time round on lap 9 was 0.2 over the 970 metre distance. And Patrick Slapins is now starting to put some daylight between himself and Dennis Norkus in the number 81. And Norkus has got Piragas closing in for P4. It's going to be very interesting how quickly Majas Norkus might be able to close up as much of that, what was a 4.4 second gap after lap 8. So gap was 3.8 seconds. It's now, new fastest lap as Majas Norkus, first driver to dip to 49 seconds, a 48.994 for the number 20, and the gap is only 2.9 now. Oh, this could prove to be rather fruitful for the number 20. If he can catch and pass Samuel Ionis, that's going to be a very different story rather than the chase that he is having to do now. So across the line goes our race leader. Effectively, that's going to be 2 to go. Gap has now gone to 2.2 seconds because Majas Norkus on that last lap was not as quick. So time is fast counting down. $18 seconds on the timer. It's going to be too little too late unless Majas Norkus can pull a rabbit out of the magician's hat roundabout now. But the final lap is underway. And look at this. Majas Norkus has caught up a big differential. He's just done a 48-second flap. Yeah, 48-second lap time. And he took 1.8 seconds nearly out of the race leader. So can Majas Norkus bring a magical last lap opportunity his way? At the minute, I'm saying it's looking very good. It's looking very good indeed. So the checkered flag is out and Majas Norkus has taken the win. And Pierre Samuel Ionis, where is the number 99? Has come across the line, I think, in 5th position. So Patrick Slapins takes P2, Dennis Norkus takes P3. So it looks like might have been a bit of a drama for the number 99 on the last lap of the race as Jonas Lamanauskas brings the Nano final to a close, and the winner of the Nano final for round 2 of the 2026 ROTAX Max Challenge Lithuania season here at Anykščiai. Well, Marius Norkus takes the win, and Patrick Slapins, Dennis Norkus in P3. But that concludes our racing for the second phase of round 2 of ROTAX Max Challenge Lithuania 2026, powered by carterpark.com. We have got the babies out on track next, but we will be back on the live stream just before 3:05 this afternoon, which is in just 20 minutes here on the live stream. We'll see you very soon indeed for the 5 finals for round 2 on the path to the ROTAX Max Challenge Grand Finals in Portimao. Right, looks like we're getting underway with the first of the 5 finals as the Micro Under 9 final goes green for 11 minutes plus an additional lap here at Anykščiai. And Timas Rimas leads the field around lap number 1. The rain has started coming down again, nearly a very close exchange for second position. As dive for the lead by Domus Norkus on Timas Rimas, who holds on, but Norkus, oh no, that's Gordon Dulev. Gordon Dulev has now sprung through for the race lead and gets the job done early. But all spinner in the background, that's one of the Birlarts. As again, it's all flotsam and jetsam, it's change-a-roonies here, there and everywhere, and Gordon Dulev back in the race lead. And they're having problems with traction. They're going deep into the corners. This is not working out for some of the drivers, but Gordon Dulev is holding on. There it is. Jokubas Uwazaitis is back into second position. Timas Rimas, Thomas Norkus rounds out your top 4. They're 2 wide for second position into turn number 3. And Gordon Dulev is going to wait for the opportunity. Gets blocked. Compromise, trying to exit out of the corner. Drops down into 4th position. And now it's all about how can you get past your opposition without having any dramas in the meantime. As Gordon Dulev, all 4 wheels off the circuit, and he drops down another 2 places, but manages to gather 1 back up straight away. Oh dear. Again, just showcasing how difficult the conditions have been that the drivers have had to contend with. Now the big thing is, are the drivers on slick tyres? Because that's why they're tipping-toeing out of the final left-hand hairpin through the chicane. And it is Jokubas Uwazaitis who has got a lead. And his lead after the second lap of the race is 2.15 seconds. Norkus in second. Bagatrius, Dimas Dulev, Gelzenis. That's your top 6. And all of them are still running. Dranseka and Leonovicius. Oh, we got yellow flags. Yellow flags. As one's gone off. That is 77. Leonovicius on the Gillard. As Gordon Dulev to the inside. Looks to be a Timas Rimas. Might have, yes, just got him through. And has got the number 7 of Bagatrius, who looks to takes a look over the shoulder. The back end starts wobbling from right to left. Uwazaitis now with the new fastest lap of the race is completed. He's about to complete lap number 3. There's Uwazaitis away and clear. 59.7. Lap times are dropping off a cliff because of the deteriorating weather conditions. And the rain is starting to come down heavier now. These drivers are on slick tyres. Gordon Dulev manages to get through for 3rd place, but has to relinquish that back to Bagatrius, who was able to go wide into the corner, sweep to the inside. There's a run by Dulev! Oh my goodness! From way back when he's sideways and the rain is coming down heavier. Oh my giddy aunt, we've still got 7 minutes and 30 plus an additional lap left to run. And Gordon Dulev has been misascended and hope for the best. Oh, we've got another one off. Now, who is that? That is more than likely going to be Leonovicius off again. Oh, dear. Taras Leonovicius is having a torrid time out there, and the rain is coming down heavier. Oh, dear. As Gordon Dulev through on Alas Pascalis Bagatrius for P3. Dulev just trying to take his time, be very careful. They've got to be careful with the brake and the throttle inputs, because this is now going to send the dummy grid into a hive of activity. I think maybe more than likely for putting the wet Mojo tyres on the chassis. Oh, we got another spinner. Who is that? Oh, Leonovicius again. Leonovicius has had more spins than I can shake a stick out. So there's a yellow flag at Marshall Post 4 and a green flag at Marshall Post 5. Oh, and that's number 10 that's gone off. Vilius Bakutis off the circuit. And now Well, Jokubas Juozaitis had a stinker of a last lap. Thomas Norkus now with him within 6.5 tenths. Gorde Dulev P3. Aras Pascalis Bagatrias P4. Timas Rimas 5th. Jonas Gelzenis 6th. Benedictas Grasis, the leading under 9 kart, in 7th, ahead of Baltras Aitis. Oh, there we go again. That's the 77. I cannot believe it. Leonovicius off the circuit once again in the 77. The race has gone from bad to absolutely diabolical for the youngster on the Gillard. And at the moment, the quickest driver on the circuit is Thomas Norkus, and there are the two leaders, Juozaitis and Norkus, last time across the stripe, 0.56 of a second, 5 minutes to go. Oh, we got a yellow flag, I think, well, we did have a green flag showing at Marshall Post 1, and that would have been to have coincided at the last side of things, but Thomas Norkus is getting very cheekily close to the back bumper of Jokubas Juozaitis in the number 16. Juozaitis still holds on to the fastest lap, but the lap times have dropped based on the deterioration of the race conditions. As Leonovicius is off again and spins it! Oi, 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 mamma mia. And there are the two leaders. And now Norkus right on the rear of Juozaitis into turn 1 we go. The gap now 1/4 of a second. Oh dear. Leonovicius having an absolutely torrid time at the minute. But now we've got the battle for the race win. The battle for P3 between Dulev and Bagatrius. The race lead between Juozaitis and Norkus. Dulev still holding on for P3, but you can see that gap between Norkus and Dulev is closing. Oh, right. That is Timas Rimas. No, the 55's out. The 55 is out of the kart. No. Disaster for Timas Rimas. I cannot believe it. One of the big protagonists in this class. Oh, poor Timas Rimas. The opportunity of a potential race win has gone down by the wayside. Double waved yellows off of turn 2 and 3, well, turns 3 and 4. And Timas Rimas will get going again, but the gap between Jokubas Juozaitis and Thomas Norkus is expanding. It was at one point at its highest 2 seconds. It's now 1.195. But, oh, Grazis has dropped. Grazis has dropped in the number 66 all the way down to 12th position. So a lot of dramas for a lot of drivers here today. Benedictas Grazis all the way down into 12th position. But we are coming towards the end of this race, and no, that's Jokubas Juozaitis! Juozaitis absolutely... No, that's not Juozaitis, that's 66. That's Benedictas Grazis on the Formula K. Head in the hands, the body language of the youngster tells the story. Oh, Benedictas Grazis, my heart goes out to the number 66. Who was leading under 9 and was on course for a class win here in the final. I think we've got this and 2 more laps to go, so 3 laps remaining. We're on lap 11 out of 13. So it is Jokubas Juozaitis, Domas Norkus, Gordedulev rounding out your overall top 3. As all Timas Rimas has been confirmed as a... Oh! Timas Rimas confirmed as a retirement. Benediktas Grasis currently sitting P3 in under 9s, but Azuolas Tasparavicius is leading the under 9 division. And look at how filthy the kart looks for Jokubas Juozaitis. And where is Domas Norkus at the moment? Because that's Vilius Bakutis just in front, just behind the race leader. That is Norkus. Dolev still P3. Timer has expired. So 1 more lap to go for our runners and riders. I'm sure both they and their parents and their mechanics are all going to breathe a big, big sigh of relief. And Jokubas Juozaitis has fended off every single challenger and has just not that long to go. What a drive for the youngster. But how many dramas have we seen here today for this race, for this race meeting? So many, too many for me to shake a stick at right about now. But Jokubas Juozaitis, the number 16, leads Domas Norkus. They have been literally at loggerheads all the way through round 2 of the season. And all that Juozaitis needs to do is to bring the kart home. Just a handful of corners to go. And what can you say amidst all the drama, amidst all the chaos? It's through the final chicane, through the final left-hander. Jokubas Juozaitis wins the final here in Micromax after 13 chaos-filled laps with quite a few dramas in the midst. Domas Norkus and Gordedulev round out your overall top 3. Vilius Bakutis will pick up the victory in under 9s in 10th overall ahead of Azuolas Kasparavicius, who has had dramas. Benediktas Gracis, who also had dramas, rounds out the top 3 in the class. So Bakutis, Kasparavicius and Gracis round out the top 12. But Jokubas Juozaitis weathers the storm here at Anykščiai and wins by just over 7.5 tenths of a second ahead of Domas Norkus. Gordedulev rounds out your overall top 3 with Aras Pascalis Bagatrius and Jonas Gelzenes rounding out your overall top 5. Jonas Baltrosaitis, Vladislav Veliki, Rodrigo Lapins, Timas Transeca, and your winner in under 9s, Vilius Taras Bakutis, complete the top 10. Azuolas Kasparavicius and Benediktas Gracis are the last of the classified finishers, with Tauras Leonovicius 4 laps down. And for Timas Limas, it was game over on lap number 5. Veliki, the biggest winner, Gracis, the biggest loser, and Juozaitis with the win and the fastest lap. There we see the kart of Master number 55, who retired on lap 5 in that micro and micro under 9 final. Whew. If that's how the finals are going to start, how are they going to finish? Because we've still got 4 more to go. We've got Junior and Junior Club coming up in just under 5 minutes time. We'll then head to Senior. Well, no, we'll then head to Mini, and then Senior and Senior Club with DD2, DD2 Masters, and DD2 Club completing today's racing action. A big thank you to everyone that has tuned in all the while on the YouTube channel and also our Facebook page. We're live on both, courtesy of our streaming partners. A big thank you to Edgar's and the team at No Limits for multi-streaming to two different platforms, so it's greatly appreciated. Well, it's time for a little bit of a musical reference now before our next final. As you can hear, the rain is falling once again. And the song line that comes into my mind every single time is "Raindrops keep falling on my head." Well, it has been a tricky one for the drivers this week for round 2. Of course, these drivers will be breathing a big sigh of relief, especially if you are a baby, nano, and now micro racer, because now you can get out of those wet overalls, saturated wetsuit. The boots will probably be filled with water. The gloves will be absolutely soaking wet, and then you can dry off. But again, the sunshine's starting to try and break through the clouds here. Oh, I'm not liking the look of all those clouds in the background there. Dark, grey, and imminent threat of weather. Heavy rain scheduled in approximately 5 minutes. And that wind is picking up, so those clouds are being carried over rather quickly. Hopefully, fingers crossed and knock on wood, we don't have any dramas. But right, let's take you through the grid for Junior and Junior Club, the final. As it looks like they're heading out on track, it's going to be Myers, Vazinas and Patrikos Yokius on the front row of the grid. Jokubas Vaskelis and Joris Sigimantas Stankiewicz will line up on row number 2. Emilis Juozaitis and Oskaras Pikovas will be on row 3, ahead of Vainius Zainravicius and Oskar Navulchik. Rounding out row 4, Marcus Jauk and Mikolas Dermantas round out the top 10. And then bringing up the rear of the field, Ivan Koptiev and Valeria Duleva bringing up 12th position. Sun is shining for the moment as the drivers head into the tram lines. We are ready for the Junior Club final. Revs are up and we are racing. And straight away, Mazinas takes the initial advantage, but someone has just got off the track, off of turn 2. It nearly caused pandemonium, but everyone just about gets through. Oh, straight away, it was a case of like cat amongst the pigeons. Yes, someone's going to go grass tracking and mow the lawn with the front splitter. However, Patrikos Jokius, I think, looks to be, yes, is in 4th position. So at the minute, it's Mazinas that leads. Jokius now into P3, ahead of Jokubas Vaskelis in the 224. And you've got a few other drivers who are trying to get through. It's not easy on this circuit. 13 minutes is the total time, plus an additional lap that these drivers will be racing around this 970 metre anti-clockwise 14 corner track. But again, some drivers, and Anykščiai is basically we're located just outside, about 20 miles west of Ultena, and the Roman Catholic Church of Saint Matthias in Anykščiai is the tallest church in Lithuania, with spires measuring 79 meters in height. Also has a resort status as a ski resort and is a popular destination of domestic tourism. Now, where you might ask, is that in relation to the capital city of Lithuania, of Vilnius. You're talking about an hour and a half north of the capital city. Well, probably up to 2 hours, depending on which route you take, because there's a lot of countryside you can cover in Lithuania. I should know, having travelled from Vilnius to Šiauliai on my first ever trip to the Baltics a few years ago. But it is now getting to get a little bit heated under the collar, because Patrisis Jokius now is second, ahead of Emilius Juozaitis. They've got a ding-dong battle happening over second position. Jokius has the fastest lap of the race, 49.117. Marius Mazinas has a lead of just under 9/10 of a second, but that could be whittled down. So, and those grey clouds in the background I've just seen, I don't like the look of them at all. All 12 runners and riders, including Valeria Duleva, are still on the circuit. Jokius now being closed on in on by Juozaitis in the number 210 for P2. And you have to kind of wonder who's going to be the quickest out there when it is the driver in second position. Patrikos Jokius, number 251. And Jokius looking for the lead. And at this time, Mazinas is able to keep the cart on the racing line and not allow Jokius to get through. Jokius will see the door open, however, and gets the job done this time. But Mazinas not out of the wilderness yet. Yoki is hot on his heels and looking for a possible crisscross attempt. And here we go. Yoki is to the inside, gets on the curbing, and through goes the 2-5-1. Brilliant stuff, but Uwazaitis getting the elbows out on Mazinas there for second position. I think Myers did not like that one bit. Uwazaitis, oh no! Myers Mazinas has spun. He rejoins, he'll be frustrated like I don't know what. After that spin, looks like it was very much unassisted. And that has released Emilis Uwazaitis to go hunting after Patrikas Jokius. But still, there's going to be a lot of battles happening. Joris Stankovic is closing in on Jokubas Vaskelis, and they've got Marcus Jauk not that far behind in the 266, and Jauk to the inside, through on Stankovic's. Pair of wheel to wheel coming out of the corner through the left-hander. Stankovic holds the initial advantage for now, but it's still early days. And this is going to be too many cooks spoil the broth. Two's company, three's crowd, folks. That now means that Marcus Jauk drops behind Jokubas Vaskelis. They are line astern. Oh, that's a bit brave from those two. Up the inside, Stankovic just runs wide. Vaskelis gets through. Marcus Jauk trying to force his way past. Bumps over the curbing, unable to get the move done. And still... Oh, I don't believe my eyes. Jokubas Vaskelis is having a real elbows out affair here at the moment, and the reason being is that these drivers are so highly competitive, as we have got 6 minutes and 20 plus an additional lap to go. Your guess is as good as mine as to who might win this race. At the moment, it is advantage Jokius at the minute. He has a lead of just under 2 seconds ahead of Uwazaitis. Jokubas Vaskelis, not that bad at all. He's Vaskelis is just over 3 seconds behind Uwazaitis, so that's really good to see. But still, Valeria Duleva is still running out there. She might be 12th on the grid, but don't let that detract you from someone who has been a pretty fast peddler on bikes, and now has turned her attention to four-wheeled racing as Marcus Jauk trying to get through on Joris Sigimanta Stankovic, who has now dropped off the podium because it's Jokubas Vaskelis in the 224 that's back up into P3, starting to pull away. But with 5 minutes to go, Patrikas Jokius opening up a lead to just over 2.1 seconds. What a race he's had so far. Bit of a difficult first race. Second race really started to come good. And then this one, I think he explained to me, I'd rather be up front and doing what I need to do and get the car across the line first and enjoy it. And that's the main thing, you know. Most drivers I speak to, they do listen and appreciate what I do for current living at the moment. But also it goes both ways, like seeing how brash this thing is. But still, Patrikos opening up that lead to about 2.5 seconds. And Emilius Uozaitis, Jokubas Vaskelis, who will round out your top 3. So, at the minute, oh, right, I didn't know whether we might have had a spinner there. Oh, we've got someone going off, and that's the 202. Navumchik. Oh, big sigh, and the head leaning back. Meantime, Marcus Jauk dives late on Jokubas Vaskelis. Vaskelis out to the corner. But Jauk still on the back of Vaskelis. This is bringing Stankovičius back into play. Jauk to the inside. But we're just over 2.5 minutes to go. There's a lot of tension, a lot of anticipation in the air on who's going to get the maximum point haul. And Jauk and Stankovičius battling away. Jauk trying to look through on Vaskelis once again. Takes a look over the left shoulder. So the laps are very quickly flying by. Dive to the inside. And still these battles are going right down to the wire at the moment. This is not easy for these drivers to be under significant pressure. But here goes up the inside. That was the 209 of Stankovičius getting through, I think, on Marcus Jauk. Yes, and they were wheel to wheel coming out of the final corner. But with 1.25 minutes plus an additional lap still to go. Oh dear, the battle for the rostrum is... But Patrikos Jokius has kept a calm head on cool young shoulders. Rain falling at part of the location, but not enough to dampen the enthusiasm and the bravado that these drivers have provided with us all weekend long. Right, so 2 more laps to go. Emilius Uozaitis has got the lead gap down to just over 2.85 seconds. Well, we have 15 seconds on the clock. Got to keep him on the first train, I think. The first train. And it is Patrikos Jokius away and clear to the tune of 2.9 seconds. Emilius Uozaitis really closing him down every single race. And it's nice to see. The final lap is underway. Patrikos Jokius has done exactly what he needed to do. Get a maximum score under the boots. But Patrikos Jokius has done another sterling job in the office today. But when you think about it, Patrikos Jokius, always quick as a micro, always quick as a Lithuanian. It is going to be the win for Patrikas Jokius. Emilis Rosaitis takes P2. P3, Jokubas Vaskelis. So we wait for the last few drivers to come across the line. We've still got 3 more to go. It was close between Demantas and Duleva, as Navumchik will cross the line last. So Patrikas Jokius takes the win in the final after 17 laps of race, winning margin nearly 3 seconds. But there we have it. Patrikas Jokius wins the final, provisionally here for Junior Club, winning by 2.3 seconds after 17 laps. Then it was a further nearly 6.9 seconds back to Jokubas Vaskelis. And then you've got the likes of Bikovas, Koptiev, Zanarovicius, Damantas, Julieva. Max Bolt, as well, but. So the rain continues to fall here. Shall I? So from Junior and Junior Club, next up, we'll be heading over to the midway points of the finals. Coming up next will be the mini final here at Anykščiai for round 2 of ROTAX Max Challenge Lithuania, powered by cartapart.com. So we are 2 minutes away from the next final, which is the mini final. They will have a very, very big challenge because look at the rainfall. The wind has picked up. Heavy rain could be inbound significantly in the next few moments of today's racing. And we are at 16 degrees Celsius in the local atmospheric, so the hottest it will be, well, in terms of temperature that is, but it probably feels anything but 16 degrees Celsius at the moment because these drivers have been through the ringer, just like Anykščiai at the season opener back in late April this year. So I think really, without further ado, let's take you through the starting grid for mini final. It is going to be Carlos Bernasons and Remigius Kriausiunas that will line up on the front row. Taras Simnikas and Leonas Zarikov that will line up on row 2. Oskaras Bakutis and Ivo Os, row number 3. Kasparas Kasamekas and Emilis Kapkauskas, row 4. Oskaras Priledas and Timur Babenko rounding out the top 10. Mikelis Jupe and Kasparas Adamonis rounding out the top 12 with Vilijamas, Joselenas, Leonas and Martin Sanma and Daniel Popovs have both been on starters in the race day so far, so I'm wondering if that is going to be a repeat, but it is going to be 13 minutes plus an additional lap of the circuit here. So it's going to be 11 minutes plus an additional lap for the minis, just like the micros. So into the tram lines, here we go for the final time today. Everyone on wet tyres, revs up, and we are racing. We are green. So it took a couple of seconds for the timing to indicate that we had the green flag, but Carlos Bernasons is running away with it early, but we got someone off in the background. Oh dear. Someone has got on exit stage right off of turn 4. And, well, Sanma and Popovs look to be non-starters once again. But Carlos Bernasons on the Energy Corsa chassis has managed to get away from the rest of the chaos that is emerging behind. Leonas Zarikov drops to 8th. Remigius Kriausiunas down to 4th. Ivo Os, Emilis Kapkauskas, Timur Babenko, Kasparas Adamonis. They've all dropped as it's 3 wide coming out of the final couple of corners. So it's going to be Bakulis versus Simnikas for P2 out of turn 1. Kriausiunas not too far behind. Kazamikas up to P5 now. Priledas up 3 spots into 6th. Kapkauskas up to 7th, as we've got a spinner in the background there as well. Oh dear. And it looks like Joselenas was the one that spun exit stage right off of turn number 4, coming out of turn 3. But Carlos Bernasons leading the way here in the mini final. 9.5 minutes still to go, plus an additional lap. So this is going to be very, very crucial how the next few moments of this race carry on. Some drivers losing a little bit of traction into that hairpin, the last hairpin on the circuit. Simnikas is quickest on the circuit at the moment and is up to P2, but Bakutis to the inside, goes sideways. They're wheel to wheel, and Kriausiunas goes piggy in the middle, splits the pair of them, dives to the inside of Simnikas. Can Kriausiunas make it to second? Just about. Gets the job done, gets the crossover, but here comes Zimnikas back up the inside. 4-second position. And Zimnikas gets through for P2. Does this mean that Kriausiunas has a little touch with Zimnikas? Bakutis waiting in the wings, is going to get the buy one, get one free special. Oh my goodness. And here comes Kasamikas. And, oh, it was side by side through into turn one. Oh, dearie me. I cannot believe what I am witnessing right about now. Incredible battling with millimetre precision. The Minis have definitely stolen the show here today in the final. Incredible confidence. These drivers having absolutely no fear whatsoever. They are really putting on one hell of a show today. But we are heading towards the end of the race day. It's been trials and tribulations for everyone involved, including the drivers more specifically, because they're the ones that have to put in the performance. As again, well, Berensons is 2.7 seconds up the road after 4 minutes. That says to me that Berensons, it's the 136's race to lose. And at this point, don't count out anybody from second backwards, because you've got Kriausiunas up to second. Bakutis up 2 places to P3. Kasamikas up from 7th, now runs 3rd. Zimnikas has lost 2 places from 3rd, now runs 5th. Head of Kapkauskas. Pliledas. Jube up from 11th, now runs 8th, head of Ivo Os. And Timur Babenko exactly where the 197 started. And the gap is still expanding because he's got clear air. Carlos Berensons has just put in a 53.175, which is the fastest lap of the race. But there is still a lot of race left to run. 6 minutes plus an additional lap as Bakutis gets it sideways. Kasamikas is bringing Zimnikas along for the ride. Kriausiunas of the 199 rounds out second behind Carlos Berensons, who continues to so far have led every single one of the soon-to-be completed 6 laps, as there's the race leader across the line. Kriausiunas, 3.1 seconds now behind, lost over a 10th, has got Oskaras Bakutis closing in. Then it's Kasparas Kasamikas and Taras Zimnikas running literally line astern in 4th and 5th position respectively. Kasamikas needs to be very careful because Zimnikas is closing on in. Might look for an opportunity to get through if it's provided. Sometimes that can be sooner rather than later. And you can see how close they're getting to the wall as well on the outside coming out of turn number 14. But Kriausiunas is starting to take time out of Carlos Berensons, who might have overstretched the Mojo wet weather tyres on the chassis. And nevertheless, we've had some enthralling and exciting racing here today in Anykščiai. Michaelis Jube, new fastest lap, 52.948, as second and third will cross the stripe very quickly. Berensons has crossed the line. starts lap 9. Gap has gone up again. And it's 3.1 seconds because Kriausiūnas is too busy having to defend against Oskaras Bakutis for that second spot. But still the chess game is being played between second and third position. You can see that Bakutis has got a little bit more straight line speed going through turns 1 and up towards turn 2 and 3. But it seems like Kriausiūnas is able to just stretch the legs on the 199 entry a little bit further. Then Bakutis just loses a little bit of time, I would imagine. It's not an easy one, but Kasamekas has now started to pull away from Zimnikas. Gap between them is about 0.43 of a second. Kapkauskas right closing in on the back of Zimnikas for P5. Gap between them across the line was just under a tenth. But Carlos Bounson's leading the way. The gap was, well, how about that for a fastest lap on lap 10? Remigius Kriausiūnas just puts in a 52.889. His best lap of the race, fastest lap out of anybody on lap 10. I think we probably still have, we've got 1 minute and 48 to go. I think they crossed the line with about 2.25. Well, I think Carlos Bounson's crossed the line with about, let's say about just over 2 minutes to go. So we probably might have 4 laps. Oh, there's the mistake from Kasamekas, and Zimnikas did not need any secondary introduction to that. But all of a sudden, it was Emilis Kapkauskas that died to the inside. And then all of a sudden, Kasparas Kasamekas goes, my opportunity to get back my place. Thank you, boys. He gets through, back to 4th. Goes Kasamekas, Kapkauskas to 5th, Zimnikas down to 6th position. Well, that trio is going to be squabbling right up until the checkered. Meantime, Remigius Kriausiūnas, another new fast lap in a row, and has got the gap down to Carlos Bounsons to 2.5 seconds. At 53.273 for Bounsons. And for Kriausiūnas at 52.758. That is over half a second taken out of the race leader, but I think it's going to be close, but not close enough, as we have 2 laps to go. 2,000, well, about basically that's 2,002, just over 2 kilometers of racing left to go. So 1,940 meters. So when you consider it, and Kriausiūnas might be nigh on there, depending on how bad a lap that Carlos Bounsons has had, because there's a second gap between Kriausiūnas and Bakutis last time around. There's the race leader. There's Carlos Bounsons. I don't think the gap's going to be as, well, it's going to be 2.4 last time round. We now get underway with the last lap of the race for Mini in the final. Lead gap now 2.3. No, it's not going to be enough. It's not going to be enough. Carlos Bounsons has done enough to hang on to the race lead and keep himself ahead of the others. Meantime, there's been a bit of a change. Kapkauskas has got through on Kasamekas, has now got Zimnikas right on his tail. Now nearly 50% of the way through the lap. And Kasparas Kasamekas has to hold off Taras Zimnikas at this time. But it's the driver here, Carlos Bernsson's on the Energy Corsa chassis. The 136. It's done a stellar job. And it is going to be a lights out to checkered flag victory for Carlos Bernssons in the 136. Remigius Kriausiunas takes P2. Oskaras Berkutis takes third. It could have been a different story for the likes of Emilis Kapkauskas, who finishes fourth ahead of Kasparas Kastamikas and Taras Simnikas, who round out the top six. Oskaras Priledas, Timur Babenko up from 10th, finishes P8, ahead of Mikelis Chube and Leonas Zarikov, who rounds out the top 10. Ivo Os and Kasparas Adamonis rounds out the 12 that finished. Vilamas Josilenas unfortunately retiring on lap 4, with Martin Sarma and Daniel Popovs in the number 5 unfortunately retiring, unfortunately not starting the race. But Carlos Bernssons wins round 2 here of RMC Lithuania, powered by cartapart.com, your racing supplies. Kriausiunas gets the fastest lap of the race, but ends up runner-up. Kapkauskas makes up the most places, and Zadikov loses the most. That's it for Mini. Up next, up an ultimate final of round 2 of 2026, Senior and Senior Club. Well, the whistle is blowing in the dummy grid, and we have just 2 more races to remain here for round 2 of Rotax Max Challenge Lithuania, powered by kartapart.com. We've got Senior and Senior Club about 60 seconds away from getting ready to go racing. 14 minutes plus an additional lap. Then with DD2, DD2 Masters and DD2 Club, we will have a 16-minute plus 1 additional lap encounter. Let's take you through the starting grid. It's Linas Volunjevicius and Adrian Steons on the front row. Ginas Rimkus and Marius Karsiaukas, row 2. Row 3, Jonas Liudkauskas and Kaius Petkus. Row 4, it's going to be Dovydas Kudlevicius and Lorinas Kalalevicius, the latter leading Senior Club. Normantas Avasevicius and Domas Kalalevicius rounding out the top 10. Ogne Poskorioti rounding out 11th, ahead of Paulina Stasilaite in 12th. Jurgis Samuelonis, Augustus Mikuvicius, Yeva Pilaskite, and Dovydas Kvazelis rounding out the 16 strong. 14 minutes plus an additional lap as we are in the tram line, set and ready. The revs will now start to rise as we revs up. And we are racing. We're green and underway. And it's Volunjevicius leading the field. We're hoping that the rain's going to keep away, but it looks like here at turns 3 and 4, it's very much falling on the ground. As Volunjevicius has become like a stab... well, he's bolted like a stabbed rat. And now, battle for second. Tion's getting his elbows out, I believe, as that is the 377 of Ginas Rimkus shoved to one side. It's 2-3 wide just behind the battle for second position. And you can just see how hard these drivers are pushing. But Volunjevicius, after the opening lap, has basically, like Sebastian Vettel in his old Red Bull days, gotten out of the DRS detection zone. He's 1.1 seconds up the road after the opening 970 metres. Kudlevicius up 5 spots now. Dovydas Kudlevicius has stormed his way from 7th on the inside of row number 4 to P2, with Ginas Rimkus a little bit further behind. Liudkauskas in 4th. Avasevicius leading Senior Club now 5th, ahead of Adrian Steons in the 371, who has dropped from the outside of the front row down to P6. But there's drama. Oh, in the background. Oh, someone has just had a big old drama. Steons was sideways. But now it's a case of, with 12 minutes plus a little bit of change on the side, to see who can be the best of the Rotax Max Senior and the Senior Club, because Normantas Avasevicius is leading the class and is P3 overall. There's Kaius Petkus closing in on Liudkauskas for position. The pair are wheel to wheel. Liudkauskas comes out on top for this particular exchange, but Petkus dives into the next right-hander, gets through, but Liudkauskas fires it through by lighting it up on the rear tyres. And look at the traction he gets out of the final corner. But Petkus still holds on at this meantime. Adrian Steons trying to close on in. The man from Latvia up into 7th position. Kudlevicius now gets the fastest lap of the race, 48.866, and he's closed the gap to Linas Volunjevicius to just over 0.6 of a second. But the biggest loser, it was Marius Karsiaukas in the 3.73 that went off earlier on and dropped from 4th and is now running 16th and stone dead last. More battles happening as drivers getting sideways through the final hairpin into the final complex. And I think it was Lorinis Kanlavicius that was the one that went sideways, that has got basically no sticker kit on the front bumper. But still, there's plenty of opportunity in this race. Adrian Steon's there in the 3.71, closing in on Lietkauskas. The Latvian dives to the inside. Lietkauskas tries to get the run out of the corner, but Adrian Steon says, "Thou shalt not pass. Thou shalt not go past." You can't pass go. You get straight to jail, and you don't pick up your €200. But we have a change of lead. Dovydas Gudlevicius now leading on lap number 6 and has got through on the number 304 of Linas Volunjevicius. And then there is a big gap between them and Normantas Ivansavicius, who leads in senior club. Pretty good performance there by the number 336, who's up from 9th on the start when we went green at, with 13 minutes or 14 minutes. So we're nearly at 5 minutes. Well, we're nearly at 5 minutes completed. We are on lap 6, and Volunjevicius gracefully lunges to the inside on Gudlevicius to retake the race lead, and that was at turn number 12. There has been a further change. Kaspetkas has got through on Ginas Rimkas for 4th place. So the number 383 back up into 4th position. And Avasavicius up 6. Vazelis, who started at the back of the field, also up 6, and fastest of anybody is Karsiaukas down at the bottom end of the field and is 23.3 seconds off the race leader. And another change for the lead. Gudlevicius stumbles through the final hairpin, but Volunjevicius able to capitalise and read the situation correctly. Volunjevicius now has a lead of just under 4.5 tenths of a second as we are on lap number 8. Sunshine from the patches of blue sky up above. Here, about an hour and a half drive, 1 hour 30 minutes drive south from the capital city of Lithuania at Vilnius. Wonderful place that I've had the opportunity, thanks to Martinas and his wife Eglit, to show me around Vilnius city. Wonderful sights, a place I would definitely love to come back to visit in the not too distant future, given the opportunity. Here we go, Gudlevicius back through again. Volunjevicius says, you are not going to, I think Gudlevicius, they do say once bitten, twice shy. Well, Gudlevicius, you've just done that twice in 2 respective laps, and both times Volunjevicius has got the better of the 3.89. Now the comeback is starting, and it's starting to make a little bit of an impact here. Marius Karsiaukas, the 3.73, has now made his way up into 13th position, has overtaken Oskorioti, Sazlete and Piloskite at this point. And when you think about it, a few drivers seem to be stuck in limbo, one of which Adrian Steons. And a little bit of an attempt there by Kararovicius on Petkus for P5 overall, and that would put 2 of the senior club drivers into the top 5. And here we go, there's the move, and Rimkus is only just in front. Oh my days, this could be a bit of a defining moment for the senior club division. Galadovicius was sideways, absolutely sideways, sideways again. I have to say, Galadovicius doing a fantastic job. Lorinus, that is. Domas has also managed to get through another senior Rotax driver. That was Jonas Jurkauskas just a moment ago, as we're on lap number 11. And look at the sky above. It is starting to bring a bit more brightness down below. And here we go. This is going to be a crucial battle here. This is for second place and to the inside. Oh! He just, no, that was for the race lead. That was for the race lead. So Linus Volunjevicius has just lost out. And I think that was Dovydas Gudlevicius that got through by a whisker at turn number 1. So another change for the race lead. Now the big thing is, has this brought in a certain Normantas of Arcevicius into the fray? Because if that has, that means the senior club driver has a chance at an overall race win. And there we see that is going to be, yes, that is Arcevicius. Arcevicius is now with them, and the gap is just over half a second between the top 3 with just over 4 minutes remaining. I had the, you know when you get this, like, you know, you feel your ears burning a little bit. That's exactly what I just had a little bit earlier on. But what can you say about this race so far? It has had plenty of twists and turns, and more to the point, we've got a new fastest lap, the 3:73 of Marius Karasiaukas, 47.681. You can see the track starting to evolve again. There's a definitive dry line, so the Mojo W5s will find that their performance in some respects for some drivers that have been, you know, using the unusual lines to keep the tyres cool will help their strategy in the longer run. More to the point, it's a case of, if you can keep those tyres, how long can you make them last for when you've got a definitive dry line? And you ask someone to give you a complete understanding, well, they're going to say, there are so many variables, it's difficult to tell. Lap 15 underway with just under 2.5 minutes remaining, plus an additional lap, and Gudlevicius still leads, but the top 3 covered by less than 3/4 of a second at this point. And it looks like Ginas Adimkus is going to join this battle as well. And now, well, it's going to be ring of roses, a pocket full of lead changes, and there is Rimkus. And, oh, well, Volunjevicius has got back into the race lead, stumble from Gudlevicius. Oh, Avasovicius has just lost out that 3rd place. This is going to be rather interesting over the next minute and a half, as through goes Rimkus on Gudlevicius, then Gudlevicius ran to the outside. Oh no, they just clashed. Rimkus pointed forward and he said, no, don't let him get away. Gudlevicius just went, no, I'm not letting you get in front of me, I'm going to have him all to myself. And this has now brought Avasovicius back into play. Avasovicius to the inside of Rimkus, nearly touches the left rear of Gudlevicius coming out of the chicane. Rimkus back into 3rd place. 3 laps to go, and Rimkus is getting ultimately frustrated. He's like thinking, why on earth are you fighting? Don't just fight me, fight the beggars up front. But we are coming down to the tail end of this race, and oh, Rimkus to the inside again. Varsavicius is getting really stroppy, but I think Rimkus has thrown the toys completely out the pram, because look who's behind. You've got Varsavicius, you've got Karlovicius, so you've got two senior club drivers in the top 5. Now Rimkus should be concentrating on the job up front, I honestly feel, because you know, if you want to go for that grand finals ticket, you've got to put everything on the line. Stop taking your hands off the wheel. So one more lap to go after this, and it's going to be a crucial one because some drivers need to get through. Strazalete gets through on an opponent in front, but it is going to be one more lap as Linus Volunjevicius will lead us across the line to start the final lap of this race on lap number 19. Rimkus has got to get through on the back marker traffic and expedite that very, very quickly through out of turn 3. I think the time for Ginas Rimkus' opportunity to get the win here in round 2 in the final, I think has been sort of cast away like water under the bridge. But you never know until the checkered flag falls. But it is going to be a win for Linas Volunjevicius, who wins the senior and senior club final. Ginas Rimkus finishes 0.7 of a second behind. Dovydas Gudlevicius, who is in contention for the win, rounds out the top 3. And look at this for a conclusion of the top 5. Normantas Avasavicius and Lorinas Karlovicius round out the top 5, both from the senior club division. Kaius Petkus, Jonas Lietkauskas, Marius Karciaukas recovers to finish P8. Adrins Tions, it will be a disappointing final for the Latvian, finishes 9th. And of Domas Karlovicius, who completes the top 10. Dovydas Kvasdelis, Jurgis Samuelonis, Ugne Puskiriote, Augustus Mikevicius, Paulina Staslite, and Ieva Pliauskilite also finishes the race. But Volunjevicius and also Normantas Avarsavicius victorious in senior and senior club. One more final to go before we bid Anykščiai goodbye before we head to Šiauliai on July the 25th. Next up, it's DD2, DD2 Masters and DD2 Club coming next. As the sun shines from the skies up above here on Sunday afternoon, we are set and ready for our fifth and last final of the second round of Rotax Max Challenge Lithuania, powered by cartapart.com. Here is your starting grid for DD2, DD2 Masters and DD2 Club for the final, 16 minutes plus an additional lap. Edgars Vilkans and Jolkas Joipera on the front row. Neue Sherolaitis and Andreas Upkart round out row 2. Martina Stankiewicz and Mikolas Mazinas will be in all DD2 Master row number 3, with Kaius Butkevicius and Povidas Jankevicius rounding out the 8-strong grid. So, we are green for the final time. It is 16 minutes plus an additional lap for this particular race. And what a beautiful sight it is to see these drivers at Flat Chat, a track that is starting to dry, significant sunshine from the skies up above. But it is Edgars Vilkans on the Sodi Kart number 467 that leads the way. But there is going to be a little bit of a change. Looks like there has been a change a little bit further back, probably to where you can see that there's Mikolas Mazinas, currently sitting in 5th position. He's closing in on Andreas Upkart, dives to the inside. Oh, that was a late move from Mikolas Mazinas, and he gets through. And again, the pair are, well, let's just see. So it's going to be Vilkans, Joipera, Gerolaitis, Stankiewicz now up into P4. Upkart versus Mikolas Mazinas in the battle for 5th overall. As one driver gets a little bit caught out. But that is part and parcel of this malarkey we call racing. Vilkans and Joipera, two standout drivers within the DD2 side of things here in the Baltic regions. So can they press on? They've got a gap over Neue Sherolaitis in just over a second, who is being chased down by Martinas Stankiewicz. Stankiewicz unfortunately retired in the previous race, so have another proverbial second bite of the cherry, so to speak. But now Joipera looking for the window of opportunity. Vilkans keeping the door closed. We do have a new fastest lap after lap number 4 of the race, with just 3 minutes and 20 complete. We go on to lap 6. And it is Martinas Stankiewicz, 40.012, and Andreas Upkart puts in a 39.895. But looking at the lap times at the moment, the quickest out of anybody is the driver in 5th position, Andreas Ulfkop. Just put in a 39.895. That's a pretty cool lap around here at Roth. You've just got to understand how hard these drivers are putting their position to make sure that you come over in your arc as well. Vilkan's keeping Joipera at bay. 5.5 tenths of a second after 6 laps is the lead gap. But the big question is, can Joel Kaspar Joipera close on into Edgars Vilkans and take the victory here for round number 2? Five minutes completed, 11 remain on the counter, plus that all-important lap. Rains, oh don't, please, just for the sake of everyone at the circuit. So unfortunately I'm not there in person, I'm remotely commentating. But more to the point, it was always a case of, you know, I still think there's a window of opportunity for Joel Kaspar Joipera to get through on Edgars Vilkans. Maybe even Joipera and Vilkans still embroiled in this lead squabble. Oh, and those clouds look really fearsome in the background. Doesn't really look that great. I'm sure the driver's keeping a keen eye on it. Still, all 8 runners and riders are happily going around the circuit. This 970 metre, 14 turn counterclockwise circuit has provided some fantastic racing here for round number 2. So Vilkan still keeping Joipera at bay, but Joipera trying to keep it very, very pressurised under braking and through the corners to try and get so both of them are trying to get points towards trying to qualify for this year's Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. Of course, we don't just, you know, there's a lot of Rotax Max Challenges across the globe. And just a small cog in the gearbox of what Rotax does every single year, but we enjoy it every time we get the chance to go there. Joipera that time round was about 0.17 of a second slow, which is why you're seeing this ebb and flow. Vilkans will understand what pace I'm doing. Three drivers are getting very, very close to being lapped in the not too distant future. That would be Butkovicius, Jankovicius at the bottom end of the field. We are close to half time. And Edgars Vilkans now is it lit up the afterburner, right foot on that Sodi kart. And has clawed a gap to which is now just shy of 1 second. The old Kaspar Joipera still holds the fastest lap of the race as we are just over 20 seconds. Well, we're more than halfway through. We've got 7.25 minutes plus an additional lap to the end of this race. Martin Stankovic, in the meantime, has made his way up to P3 overall, and he's only 2.3 seconds behind Joel Kantojoikere. And having known Martinez for as long as I have, I know for a fact that if you put him with DD2 drivers, he will go for it. And there is the 5:33. I still remember the first time I met Martinez years ago. I think it was the Euro Trophy or BNL, and he would always run with a nondescript body in white race helmet, and now he's definitely got something that fits his character. And the gap is coming down between second and third. And that gap was 2.4 seconds. I think that's been halved. Let's see. Well, it's 2.4 seconds, so not as big as I thought it might be. But Edgar Vilkans has started cranking up the volume on that Sony car. He's absolutely smooth as silk through the corners. Man and machine, or driver and machine, running as one in perfect harmony here at Anykščiai for round 2 of the season. As we go on to lap number 17, it's a long race, so you're probably talking, I would say, probably about 20, well, maybe close to 25 laps by the time we hit the checkered, when we're running in the 39.8s at the moment. Martinez Stankovic is running in the very low 40s, 40.013 by the man who captains Team Lithuania when they head to the grand finals every year. One of the most steely competitors I've ever known, but one of the nicest guys you could ever want to meet. But now, this is going to be an interesting one, because Andreas Utkalp has caught Martinas Stankovic. Stankovic on course for a win in the final here at Anykščiai, but he's got Utkalp closing in very, very quickly. We are just over 4 minutes away, plus an additional lap from the last checkered flag of round number 2 of the 2026 Rotax Max Challenge Lithuania season, powered by cartapart.com. Stankovic has got a lot of experience underneath that race helmet of his. A lot of savoir-faire, a lot of sometimes a little bit, as the French would say, je ne sais quoi. I don't know what that man might pull out of the hat. And look, there are more dark clouds circling around the track. It looks like with 3 minutes plus an additional lap, and there goes Utkalp, but look at Stankovic, he's going to get the run coming out of the final corner. Stankovic is going to be ahead of him into turn 1. And Stankovic wants a little bit of a challenge. He does not want to be on his own. And look at this, Noya Shadalaitis is closing in, so it's going to be a 3-way scrap for 3rd position overall. And Marty, as he's more commonly known to good friends and family, Marty Stankovic is holding on to that 3rd spot. So, lap 20 completed, with just over 2.5 minutes plus an additional lap to go, and Edgar Vilkans is pushing the tempo. 1.9 seconds is the Latvian's lead at the moment, as Stankiewicz and Ukkalp go into battle once again. Ukkalp looking for the opportunity. Stankiewicz trying to make the back end of his Birla as wide as humanly possible. And there is an opportunity. Ukkalp dives to the inside, and here comes Jelolaitis, and he splits the pair of them. Beautiful stuff. Jelolaitis says to Ukkalp, well, if you're trying to get past Stankiewicz, I'm going to have a piece of it. And again, when you put these kind of drivers together, you see magic happen out on the track. But I have to say, the old Kasper Joipera is starting to try and close that gap to Edgars Vilkans, but it's going to be close but no cigar for the Estonian in second position. Joipera still has the fastest lap of the race at 39.703 as Stankiewicz is starting to pull away. Jelolaitis has given Marty a little bit of breathing space. He's become Marty's wingman, has Noyes. And Ukkalp must be feeling a little sense of frustration as we are counting down 45 seconds plus an additional lap left to go as Edgars Vilkans brings us on to lap 24 of the race. Looks to be 26 total laps completed, but look at this, side by side for the briefest of moments. Jelolaitis and Ukkalp wheel to wheel for a split second, heading through into turn 1 out of 14. But Edgars Vilkans, the man from Latvia on the Sony kart, has done a stellar job. He has led every single one of the 24 laps that we've run so far. It's going to be on the wire. Lap 25 starts now. 2 laps to go of not just the DD2 Masters and DD2 Club final. It's also the last, it's going to be the last 2 laps, the last 1,940 metres of the race meeting. But the timer has expired for the last time. Last lap of the meeting, and Edgars Vilkans has put in a perfect performance. Every single apex touched, every single braking point mastered, every acceleration zone throttled to within an inch of its life. The man from Latvia in the 4.67, he hasn't got the fastest lap of the race, but he probably might think in his own mind that he did not need that. But here we go, out of the final corner, from lights out to checkered, Vilkans wins the last final of the race meeting and wins it convincingly after 26 laps of the 970 metre, 14 turn counterclockwise circuit here in Anykščiai. He wins the final. The old Kasper Joipera will have to settle for second on this occasion, but with it, takes the fastest lap of the race. Martinas Stankiewicz, Marty, more commonly known, Jet driver now as well as DD2 Masters driver, picks up the victory in the class and takes P3 overall. Norris Jelolaitis bests Andreas Ukkalp by just 0.3 of a second to round out the top 4 in DD2, and also with that, the top 5 overall. Mikolas Mazinas was a race for the Lithuanian to forget, I'm afraid. He finishes in P6 ahead of Kajus Butkevicius, and Povilas Jankavicius rounds out the finishers. Well, that means that Rotax Max Challenge Lithuania round 2 of season 2026, powered by carterpark.com, comes to its inevitable conclusion. And well, what can we say? The last 2 to 3 races, we've dodged the bullet that has been the rain that has circled this particular locality of Lithuania all day long. A few thank yous. Firstly, to our live streaming team. A big thank you to Edgar's and the team at No Limits once again for their assistance in helping us to broadcast in glorious sound and vision every single race as it happens. RG Timing for their timing services. Everyone behind the scenes at Rotax Max Challenge Lithuania. Big thank you to title sponsored kartapart.com, your racing supplies to shop for the best karting gear that you need wherever you are racing in the world. Head to kartapart.com for further information and also potential offers they may have. A big thank you to the organisation, so from administration, organisation, timekeeping, and as you see, we did dodge that bullet because the rain is now starting to fall and everyone's got to pack everything away. It's going to be a bit of a wet affair this afternoon because the brollies are up, the hoodies are up, everything's up. A big thank you to the marshalling team that have braved the weather, race control, stewards, judges of fact, and everyone that has been watching along with us here on Rotax Max Challenge Lithuania, and not just on YouTube, but on Facebook. The series moves on to drift and go in Šiauliai for the midway point of the 2026 season, and that will take place on July the 25th in just around about 5 or 6 weeks time. We look forward to welcoming you back with us here at Rotax Max Challenge Lithuania, to all our Rotax racers and to you, our Rotax family. My name's Alex Goldschmidt. Achoo, thank you, see you next time, goodbye.